Okay. That's enough intro music. Hello. We are back. Most of this week is gonna be TCG card shop. I was thinking about doing rotations of like 3 games, but then I realized that I'd only be playing this game about 3 times in a week at most. Actually, probably less than 3 times. So I'm gonna rotate between 2 games. Or I guess TCG card shop, different game, then TCG card shop, different game. Not 2 games necessarily, but like, you get what you mean. You get what I mean. We got our playlist that's gonna be playing our music for. I'm thinking about. I think there is a TV and game that I can buy, and maybe we don't have to listen to music. I think I might have a because it works with YouTube, and I think I might be able to put something on that'll play for like hours, and that isn't necessarily music. Um, which I kind of have an idea for that. So I might do that instead of the music, but we'll see. I'll have to buy the TV and see how it actually works. Because I already have the mod installed. Why is this not loading? Hello? Is this the right one? I don't think it is. Wait, what is this one? I guess we can restart it. It's not really a big deal. think most of this music was actually pretty nice anyway. Yeah. But yeah, let's get back into TCG Cards Shop Simulator. If I can find it in my mess of games. Isn't this supposed to be in stream? Yeah. I have like a bunch of games in my streaming category on Steam, and yeah, we're not going to be running out of streaming or streaming games anytime soon. Having a hard time Englishing today. Make sure all my volume's okay. Game freezes up every time it loads 100%, but it used to be a lot worse back then. It's like way better, it loads way faster. It used to take up like a few minutes to load, but the mods have gotten a lot better now. Bro, how is there like already someone in the shop? It's 9 p.m. Wait, we can stay open? Oh shit, he just disappeared like a ghost. That was a ghost? Okay. Yeah, no, that's cool. Okay. Jeez. And I'm already sneezing. Alright, so I'm gonna turn down this music. We're missing 3 hollows out of this one. Oh, we're missing 6 hollows. Okay. First up, let me see if I can get this TV. I'm gonna have some sort of like better background noise instead of music. Only problem is I don't know how to buy a TV. Like, is it in? Oh, here it is. Hack opener machine S. Wait, what's that? Pack opener machine. That's news to me. Hold on, I actually have to change something with the ads real quick. First ad delay. Automatically snooze ads during high engagement moments. What does that mean? Does that mean getting rated? Stream manager notification in 10 minutes. I have that on and it doesn't seem to work because iPad ads still happen after rates. Like right after rates. Give me 1 sec. Sorry, I just had to take care of my nose for a minute. It was like kind of like semi-running for some reason. I think it's okay now. So let's buy this RTCGO custom TV. Thank you, Core, YouTube and Twitch link. We'll buy one of these. Figure out how to hang it up. That's the DVD logo. Damn, this thing is huge. Oh my god. I don't know where to put this. This thing is a lot more bigger than I thought it would be. Damn. I kind of want it to be like in view of the cash register though. Here, let's box this up real quick. Actually, I want to move this. My nose is being a bit of a pain today. Hopefully it won't be too much of a hindrance. But it's already feeling like stuffy, and I'm not having it today, man. Dude, this sucks that it doesn't snap. Like... Okay, it's not TV yet. But like... It's not how I want to rotate it. Oh, what the hell? That's not what I'm trying to do. Is there a reason why I can't, like, just make this sideways anymore? Okay, there we go. It's like, what the hell? Dude, I was not expecting the TV to be so big. It's fucking huge. Maybe it's not as big as I'm thinking it is. I'm like standing right here. Can we like kind of see it? Kinda. Because I kind of do want to be able to watch it, have it in view. In case I want to watch it a little bit. If I'm like standing at the checkout, I'm like, interesting. Bullshit. Okay, so YouTube. I can put in a YouTube link. So let me see. So I have like the perfect YouTube channel for this. I'm sure they won't care. They have like hundreds of thousands of views on YouTube. I don't think this is going to impact their views at all. Like no doubt, that's not going to do anything to their views. May actually get a few more subscribers. Actually, so I'm probably going to be talking. If anyone asks for the channel name, I'll just tell them. This is a channel that uploads called Did You Know Gaming that uploads like hours and hours of like long form content. Oh, wait a minute. I think this is the wrong channel. Hold on. I think it was actually the other channel. Hold on. Let me see. Now I don't have to really listen to music the entire time. I have to go through like playlists on YouTube, trying to find something that matches. I just listen to, I think it's DYKG clips. Yeah, DYKG. Yes. DYKG and Did You Know Gaming, they often partner together. Let's grab this link. Do that. See if it works. Download saves videos to up to 1080p. We can download it. My download speed's pretty fast. Error request timed out. What do you mean error request timed out? I guess we just do stream at 720p. Oh, it's actually working.
Nintendo canceled this.
It's really fucking loud though. Holy shit. It is loud as hell.
Zelda game.
Oh god, where's the volume?
Between Link's Awakening and Ocarina.
What just happened? Did I just go back to the main menu? Bro, How did I I hate this menu, man. Hold on. I just noticed the game isn't border windowed. One sec. I think there's a volume thing on the remote that I didn't pay attention to. One sec. Autosave. I must have went back to main menu by accident. It would have been nice if there was a confirmation so that I didn't do that, but I mean, controls in this game are a little bit wacky sometimes.
Of times.
Oh, the video's still playing.
64 instead. We've covered quite a few Lost Zelda games over the years, but today we're going to take extra deep dives into 3 of them: Zelda Super FX, Zelda Treasure Tracker,
Volume minus.
and Zelda.
Volume minus.
We worked with some data miners,
Volume minus.
old magazine interviews from around the world, and even talked to a couple guys who worked on those games.
Holy,
Dig up
I have
some
to
new
press it a
info
lot.
you definitely haven't heard before. So let's get into it. Starting with the follow-up to Zelda 2, The Adventure of Link, that was planned as the series' first footstep.
How big do we want it to be, though?
The game was being developed for the Super Famicom. That's the Japanese version of the Super Nintendo.
But yeah, this covers like old Nintendo games usually, so it matches like Pokemon.
3D polygons and would have made Zelda one of the most powerful games on the console, maybe the most powerful. Not only that, but Nintendo.
Dude, I'm gonna let people play inside
Zelda
so that we can get rid of the stupid pop-up.
Thanks to some leaks and new translations,
It's driving me insane.
Animations and some information never available in.
I don't know why this isn't working though. Hold on.
Issue of Edge.
They should be able to play outside.
We're gonna release a lot of Super FX games over the coming year, but only 4 of them ended up making it to store shelves. Several more were in development, but ultimately got canceled. The most famous of which was Star Fox 2. It was 100% complete, but Nintendo threw it in the trash because they were afraid it was going to look like trash compared to games already coming out on the PlayStation, with them specifically citing Ridge Racer. Side-by-side comparisons would have made Nintendo look weak and behind the times, so they decided to slow their roll with 3D until the Nintendo 64 launched.
Do I have to have like a tournament?
That there was a Zelda title that met the same fate, and some details.
You have a set that valid tournament type on your tablet.
Guide for Star Fox 64. So we bought a copy from Japan and had it translated. Inside there was a 6-page interview where Miyamoto and a few other devs revealed not only the canceled game's existence, but also that Takayo Shimizu, Kazuaki Morita, and Takaya Imamura were all working on it. For folks unfamiliar with these guys, well, basically they're all Nintendo OGs. Just to name some of their highlights, Shimizu was Star Fox 64's director and also
playing my tables.
The Zelda 1 remake, only released in Japan. Morita programmed the original Adventure of Link and was the main programmer on Ocarina of Time.
I thought this played its own music. Usually they do play music.
Creator of Star Fox, Captain Falcon, and Tingle. In the interview translation, Shimizu says, actually, the 3 of us were.
I think it is playing music, it's just really quiet
Adventure of Link
compared to like the talking.
And I told Miyamoto that it would take 2 years to make this Link game.
Hold on, is it because I have to do something?
Miyamoto chimes in and says, "I was quite shocked."
Manage events.
This was some time ago. Miyamoto replied,
What?
"Yeah,
okay.
There were still Tyrannosaurs roaming Japan." Just
edit nearby storage charge.
Started Star Fox
6.
A year before the N64.
Make it 5, man. I don't care. Make it 4. I don't give a shit.
Fox 64's development, so it sounds like Link died so Fox could fly. Simply put, Zelda got canceled because
that's why they're not playing.
The Super Famicom's life cycle. About a year after the Nintendo 64
okay.
was already on the market.
I'm gonna move this back outside because I want them to be outside.
Would it have been? Even in Japan, not much else was known until 2011. That's when Yoshiaki Kazumi revealed he was part of the team as well and dropped a few more details. He said, "I really like Zelda 2: The Adventure of Link." Before Super
Maybe I should play music at the same time.
Making Adventure of Link in polygons with Miyamoto. When asked if he meant for Super Famicom,
there's like no music.
Yes. We were experimenting with a thin polygon Link seen from the side and fighting with his sword. Chanbara was a pending issue at the time. We couldn't really bring Adventure of Link into form at that time, but I kept that desire to achieve a sword fighting Legend of Zelda game.
And what if I played music
Ocarina of Time team
on a different TV?
Basically means exaggerated samurai style sword fighting. The original Adventure of Link introduced the down thrust, up thrust, and a few other moves, but combat was still pretty basic. Ocarina's combat was very much influenced by Chanbara, and would have been interesting to see how they would have implemented it into Zelda Super FX. Koizumi was scriptwriter for Link's Awakening.
Yeah, you know what? I could do like a second TV.
Miyamoto overseeing it, Adventure of Link had all
that's playing music in the background.
Special. A lot of fans considered the original Adventure of Link the black sheep of the franchise, and Miyamoto.
Man, it's gonna make a lot of space.
Was asked if he'd ever made a bad bad game, and he said, I wouldn't say that I've ever made a bad game per se, but a game I think we could have done more with was Zelda 2, The Adventure of Link. When we're designing games, we have a plan for what we're going to design, but in our process it evolves and grows from there.
It's gonna take the rest of my money.
The Adventure of Link, unfortunately all we ended up creating was what we originally had on paper. Now, almost a decade later, with a dream team, more powerful hardware, and some new ideas, it seems Miyamoto was aiming to fix what they had failed to do the first time. But
500.
They waited too long to start making.
Broke again.
And by 1995, the PlayStation was making the super effects look like cave drawings. In the 2 interviews where the game was mentioned,
we don't even. I mean, oh wait, we do eventually get it.
Some Japanese reviews classify it as a sequel to the original Famicom game, but the primary sources don't specify if it was actually a sequel or more of a remake. We spoke briefly to one of the game's developers, but he'd only confirmed that he had worked on it and refused to define if it was either a remake or a sequel.
It
doesn't like squealers, unfortunately. And they had never released a single screenshot of the game, but in 2020, the GigaLeak revealed the early Link models from the abandoned project. They were found in a file called...
They both play the same. No, I'm gonna reload because I just wasted like 5,000 dollarinos on that. Fuck. I guess I'll play my own music in the background while that's playing. It's just a little bit something extra to listen to, I guess. I think it does have music playing, but we just can't hear it because it's so quiet. Because I don't want it to be that loud. Option on files, upload as silent versions of all SFX sounds. Hold on. It's like updated. Actually, hold on. Let me open this up and see if we can find the noise that... There's something I want to change real quick. Pack opening. Damage, decline. Select card. Card reveal. Coin number increased. Is this the file I'm looking for? Hold on. Coin number increased. Just find the sound you want to mute and place corresponding into sound replacer sounds. I don't know if this is the right one. For plugins. Coin number. Throw, upgrade monster, throw, take photo, rotate, purchase. Pop up. Open chest, new mess menu, open. I think it might be the coin number increased loop. Yeah, let's try that out. I'm gonna restart real quick. There's not really too many people watching anyway. So I'm gonna do a little bit of modding and see if I can get rid of that really annoying total value noise when you open cards. It's very unpleasant. I might actually replace it with a different noise after this, but I don't think I took my vitamins today. Okay. So let's go where we are closed. Let me open up a card pack and see if epic man. See if I muted it. Wait, why does this seem like sound effects is already turned off? Put up like one pack and see if I got the right sound. Oh god, I did not get the right sound. It's I don't know what that sound is. I hate it so much. It's so unpleasant to my ears. Dark Star Jingle pack opening. Total value pack sound. Someone else has even complained about it, but we don't know what it actually is. It could be opening pack 1, 2, or 3. Problem is, I don't know which one it is. Card reveal. I guess I won't worry about it today. I can't find. I'll have to keep an eye on the topic. Give me 1 minute, I gotta wipe my glasses. Hello, Quantum Vagabond. Welcome. Welcome back to the stream. I was just wiping my glasses off. I'm gonna buy a custom TV again. Why is it? Okay, that was weird. Let me I'm gonna do this again. Move all these out of the way. We're gonna have a TV playing like Nintendo Facts. It's like a YouTube video. Yeah, the only problem is I thought it had its own music. Usually they do, but I guess the music is so quiet and it doesn't really go through the TV that well. So we might be playing TV at the same time. I guess. Is it like keeps snapping and I can't do no snap for some reason. Oh, it's actually, oh, I see. Okay, now I can place it. Rotate. No snap. What the? No snap. There we go. Right there. Okay. And then TV is like right there. It's clipping through the, hold on. Why is it doing that? Wasn't doing that literally right now. Hello? Why is it going through the thingy now? Oh. What? Bro? Okay, why is it not wanting to like actually do this properly anymore? No, don't sell it. What is going on with this? I can't place this properly anymore. I'm gonna save my game and like reload real quick. I literally just, I just put it up there and then I had to like reload and it was fine. I don't know why it's going through the, like, I'm just gonna quit. Let's try it this other way. I'm just gonna do full restart. I don't know what else to do. See, we placed it just fine, like 10 minutes ago. Lord. So I tried putting two TVs and I was like, I'll do music and also Nintendo Facts at the same time. Little did I know that both of them were synced, so you can't do separate TVs. It appears that way, anyway. Okay, let's try this again. Okay, this is completely whack. What the fuck? It just won't place up against this wall anymore. What the fuck, dude? It goes up against these walls just fine. What the hell? It's facing the wrong way. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, it's what? It wasn't doing this last time. What the fuck? Yeah, no, it literally worked like 10 minutes ago. What? Okay. I'm gonna try selling this. Let me try like placing it and then boxing it back up. Maybe that'll work. Oh my god, dude. Okay. Box it up. Did it work? Oh my god. Why? I'm gonna try selling it. It's not really a big deal. We make a lot of money. Okay, buy it again. See if this will work. This one will work. Bro. I'm actually gonna crash out. No. 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 Why? Why have you done this? Why? Why is this happening? Okay, I'm gonna try deleting the mod entirely. And reinstalling it. Can't see where it is though. I'm gonna go insane. Just gonna reinstall it completely. It takes a minute to download? You've gotta be kidding me. It's taking 100 megabytes to download it. Shh. Alright, I guess we're waiting him out. It's gonna make me crash out, man. Why does it not want to, why does TV not wall? Why TV not wall correctly? It literally did it perfectly fine like 10 minutes ago. It was working. And now for some reason it just refuses to go on that specific wall. And I have no idea why. I'm actually gonna crash out. At least it's almost done downloading. Me when the TV displays anomalous behavior, maybe it's an anomaly. And I'm the stalker. Custom TV program. Okay, so we're just gonna launch it without the mod real quick, and then I'm gonna quit the game, put the mod back in, and oh shit, I just realized it's gonna be wasted money. That's alright. You know what? I don't know if I'm okay with that. Actually, it's like 5,000 down the drain. I'll just replace it entirely with a fresh. Let's do that. Is there a configuration for the TV? So I might have to FNX configuration TV. It's not a configuration of the TV, I don't think. All right. I'll just, if it doesn't work this time, then I guess I'll just have to put the TV on the right side, even though I don't really want to. But it seems I don't have much of a choice. Let me go again. Alright. TV should still be here. Except, of course, yeah, it's facing the wrong way. Well, I mean, it doesn't want to go in that direction for some reason. Yeah. I guess I'll just... I guess I could put it like up against the wall in the middle. Kind of like a standing TV, I guess. Oh shit. Oh, it does not like that. Dude, why? Why do you know? Why do you just not? Why? Why is it? Why are you like this? Wait a minute. What? Wait, what? Oh. Are you fucking serious? Alright, whatever, man. Whatever, dude. Confirm. Alright, so... now that we finally got this working about time. I want to go get I have to get the YouTube link again. So I submit that stream 720. I'm probably gonna have to turn it down.
Did you know that Nintendo canceled the Zelda game?
Oh, it's loud.
Link's Awakening and
So loud.
Time so they could make Star
Shit.
Fox 64 instead? We've covered quite a few Lost Zelda games.
It's so
Today,
loud.
we're going to take extra deep dives into 3 of them. Zelda Super FX, Zelda Treasure Tracker,
Okay, that sounds
and
okay.
Zelda. We worked with some data miners,
So, do you guys want to listen to music while we're listening to this, or just listen to this? I don't know what I don't know what to do.
So let's get into it. Starting with the follow-up to Zelda 2, The Adventure of Link, that was planned as the series' first footsteps into the third dimension. The game was being developed for the Super Famicom, that's the Japanese version of the Super Nintendo, around 1994. And just like Star Fox, the cartridge would have had a Super FX chip inside. Those chips were fully capable of rendering 3D polygons and would have made Zelda one of the most powerful games on the console. Maybe the most powerful. Not only that, but Nintendo also put some of their top developers on the project. Zelda Super FX has been shrouded in mystery for decades, but thanks to some leaks and new translations, we've got some early Link models, animations, and some information never available in English before. In a 1995
Opinion, I'm guessing.
Moto said they were going to release a lot of Super FX games over the coming year, but only 4 of them ended up making it to store shelves. Several more were in development, but ultimately got canceled. The most famous of which was Star Fox 2. It was 100% complete, but Nintendo threw it in the trash because they were afraid it was going to look like trash compared to games already coming out on the PlayStation, with them specifically citing Ridge Racer. Side-by-side comparisons would have made Nintendo look weak and behind the times, so they decided to slow their roll with 3D until the Nintendo 64 launched a year later. We heard that there was a Zelda title that met the same fate, and some details could be found in the official Japanese strategy guide for Star Fox 64, so we bought a copy and had it translated. Inside, there was a
my chat.
6-page interview where Miyamoto and a few other devs reveal not only the canceled game
Chat overlay wasn't
but also
over the game.
Hayo Shimizu, Kazuaki Morita, and Takaya Imamura were all working on it. For folks unfamiliar with these guys, well, basically they're all Nintendo OGs.
The channel of this, by the way, is
64's director and also directed BS Zelda,
DYKG clips.
Morita programmed the original Adventure of Link and was the main programmer
it's a YouTube video.
and Imamura was art director on Majora's Mask.
I'm going to be using their YouTube videos for the TV.
In the interview translation, Shimizu says, actually, the three of us were working on a Super Famicom version of Adventure of Link. But then the 64 wave came, and I told Miyamoto,
yeah, they have like
2 years to make this Link game. He asked
like
me
thousands of views. Like, I don't think it's going to hurt their channel if I like play it on.
The viewer asks, so this was some time ago? Miyamoto
like
replies,
if I played in the shop.
when there were still tyrannosaurs roaming Japan. Just kidding.
I don't think they're going to care.
Yeah, we started Star Fox 64 a year before the N64 came out. All of these guys went on
hold on.
Star Fox 64's development, so it sounds like Link died so Fox could fly. Simply put, Zelda got cancelled because it would have arrived too late in the Super Famicom's
card seller.
about a year after the Nintendo 64 was already on the market. That's why it got cancelled. But what kind of game would it have been? Even in Japan, not much else was known until 2011. That's when Yoshiaki Kazumi revealed his
card quantity 2.
Dropped a few more details. He said, I really like Zelda 2 The Adventure of Link, before Super Mario 64.
Sell only cards greater than, sell only cards less than.
If he meant for Super Famicom, Koizumi said yes. We were
1,000?
a polygon Link, seen from the side,
yeah, 1,000.
a sword. Chanbara was a issue at the time. We couldn't really bring Adventure of Link into form at that time, but I kept
I don't think V is used for anything.
Fighting Legend of Zelda game until I joined the Ocarina of Time team. Chanbara.
Oh wow, holy shit.
Samurai style.
It's not auto-selling
The
though.
original Adventure of Link introduced the down
It
thrust,
worked
up
immediately,
thrust,
look at that.
moves. Combat was still pretty basic. Ocarina's combat was very much influenced by Chanbara.
Oh, show pop up the numbers. It didn't, it's not pricing them though.
Zelda Super
It should be.
FX. Koizumi was scriptwriter for Link's Awakening, so with him and those 3 other rock stars on the job and Miyamoto overseeing it, Adventure of Link had all the ingredients to become something special. A lot of fans consider the original Adventure.
There we go, so we got an auto placement mod that'll auto place cards out.
In 2013, Miyamoto was asked if
And
he
then,
made a bad
well,
game, and he said, I wouldn't say that I've ever made a bad game.
I can go ahead and, do all this for them.
The 2, The Adventure of Link. When we're designing games, we have our plan for what we're going to design.
Usually it's supposed to auto set,
and grows from there. In Zelda 2, The Adventure of Link,
it's not working for modded cards, or these specific modded cards.
Almost a decade later, with a dream team, powerful hardware, and some new ideas, it seems Miyamoto was aiming to fix what they had failed to do the first time. But unfortunately, they waited too long to start making.
Oh wait, we gotta round these.
The PlayStation was making the super effects look like cave drawings. In the 2 interviews where the game gets mentioned, the devs call it Adventure of Link for Super Famicom. Some Japanese fan wikis classify it as a sequel to the original Famicom game, but the primary
we already got ones coming in.
Actually a sequel or more of a remake. We spoke briefly to one of the game's developers, but he'd only confirmed that he had worked on it and refused to define if it was either a remake or a sequel. Nintendo doesn't like squealers, unfortunately, and they had never released a single screenshot of the game, but in 2020, the GigaLeak revealed what appeared to be early Link models from the abandoned project. They were found on Koizumi and dated July 27th, 1994, which implies Nintendo worked on the game for about a year before scrapping it to begin work on Star Fox 64. The models were discovered by a modder named Starkson, who already had tons of experience
more than $10
reverse engineering Star Fox years before.
Yeah.
What you're seeing now is Link imported into the Star Fox engine, because they use the same model format and the same standard color palette. We got in touch with Starkson and asked him
Jungle
Adventure of Link. He said, they are very early experiments. They surely have something to do with what Koizumi was describing in that Iwata interview, but they seem to be very, very early in the process.
I still have a few
expert on the Super FX chip, so we asked people of more complex models that could have looked, better, or if this was as lifelike as
that set.
He said with enemies, obstacles, and scenery, they couldn't have made models much more detailed than what you're seeing now. Although it's worth noting, Link probably would have been a different color in the final game, and also would have been a lot smaller and surrounded by the game world. So he wouldn't have come across as quite
open up
so
like an entire box.
After all, if you look at pretty much anything from that era close enough, it all looks like lifeless squares.
Oh, this is not the right.
Told us that as far as he knows, no one's found any assets in the GigaLeak, like
those
locations or other character models. But that said, the leak contained tens of thousands of files, so maybe there's more in there that data miners haven't found yet. It's possible that someday they'll dig up the right file and discover a half-built Hyrule. So until more information's either revealed,
let me see how like.
What we've
I don't know, I'm gonna play music at the same time. I'm just gonna feel it out.
Cancellation.
See if it's like a vibe or not.
While we were searching the internet for more details, we stumbled over a Japanese fan site that engaged in an interesting thought experiment.
Yeah, I guess it's
We'll
fine.
close out this segment by sharing their thoughts on what they call the Adventure of Link 2, the unfinished 5th Zelda game. They write, "It seems development ended halfway through due to timing issues, but one wonders what kind of game it would have been if development continued. After it released, maybe the franchise would have split into two, a sub-series for 3D and a sub-series for side-scrolling Zeldas, like what happened to the Mario franchise. If this project was released to the world, perhaps the history of Zelda would have been different. Whether that timeline was better or worse than the one we're currently living in, we'll leave that up to you to decide." And now on to the next game we're going to talk about, Ura Zelda, a disc drive expansion to Ocarina of Time that met a similar fate as Zelda Super FX. Ura Zelda's been covered by countless other YouTube channels already.
Pincer. We already have Pincer.
Half-truths, we managed to dig up some new information on what was real and what wasn't. So we figured, what the hell, there's probably room on YouTube for at least one more video. For the past 2 decades, there have been 2 schools of thought. The fans with a wildly overinflated idea of what Ura Zelda really was, like that Zora's domain was going to get unfrozen, and Link could finally outrace the Running Man, and the
Actually, I think we're going to go ahead and
the fans
see the next day.
more than the Master Quest, the GameCube bonus disc that
I want
was
to
just
sell some stuff.
with a remixed dungeon. But really, the truth is somewhere in the middle. At a Q&A session around the time Ocarina's development was wrapping up, someone asked Miyamoto, will there be a 64DD Zelda or an add-on for Ocarina of Time? He said, I don't know if add-on is the right terminology. For the 64DD, we are working on a Zelda game.
Dude, I keep not buying it.
Where you first play
So you have to go up here and then buy it.
everything, you can enter into the world, into the basic design of the same. The basic design of the same. Pretty vague, right? Possibly poor translation word from 1990s American press, but even if that's the case with this particular quote, it's fair to say Miyamoto used a lot of vague language to describe what Ura Zelda was going to be throughout its entire development. He did occasionally solid details though, but
We got a lot more. Wow, you guys are
in English. At this point in our research, we had to dig through a few thousand old
already going crazy.
around the world to find all the Ura Zelda interviews. So let's work.
Holy shit, there's a lot of customers today.
The week Ocarina hit store shelves, Miyamoto told Next Gen magazine, Ocarina of Time
Bro, why is there so many people?
DD in mind. And if you load the
What
game
the hell?
and connect it to your system, you will see a different title screen option, which says Ura Zelda, another version of Zelda. This was actually a mistranslation from Next Generation. I've got my copy of Ocarina and a 64DD right here next to me. This is what you'd see.
Yeah, no kidding.
Ura Zelda, it just says disc. When you boot up the cartridge with the DD attached, the game will just boot per usual. However, we can trick the game into thinking Ura is present with a custom disc or software emulation. Every Ocarina cartridge was manufactured with the expectation that Ura Zelda was already on the way and millions of players were going to connect
Scalpers.
Ocarina cards. Never happened.
Look, they're all adults, none of them are children.
In that same interview, Miyamoto goes on to say, there were several ideas.
Like, you're not even wrong.
Zelda,
There's no children in this game.
other factors. For example,
It's all scalpers.
dungeons
I'm gonna sell it on eBay.
completed the quest, and we planned them for the predicted introduction of the DD. One feature in particular that Miyamoto wanted to do in Ocarina but couldn't was connectivity features with the Game Boy. Talking to Japanese magazine 64 Dream, he said Majora's Mask would not let players create custom masks, but hinted they might be
Yeah, exactly.
Zelda by using the Game Boy camera together with Mario Artist. At the time, Nintendo was already experimenting with a similar feature for Mother 3, another disc drive game that never saw the light of day.
They're like pushing the kids out of the way from the fucking Pokemon machine.
The idea Miyamoto threw out there willy-nilly in a couple of interviews. Lucky for us, tons of
Like 120 pounds.
sets dropped in the 2020 Giga League. We wanted to dig through them and check for mask customization in Ura Zelda, but frankly, it's a lot more complicated than we're equipped to handle. So we talked to Luigi Blood, an Ocarina of Time modder and 64DD enthusiast who'd already spent countless hours digging through all that leaked data. We'll try not to use too much technical jargon, but basically he told us that Ocarina's assets showed it was compatible with Mario Artist, just like Miyamoto talked about. That compatibility was removed from Ocarina's retail release, but Luigi Blood noted, they also mess with masks during Ura
$200, man.
where they seemingly wanted to do something with the Gerudo mask and Keaton mask. Unfortunately, I don't know what for, as the disc source code is not present in the Giga League, only the base information and make files. All I can see is that the disc side code
$8, man.
file location. possibly to replace the mask files. In other words, new mask stuff in Ura Zelda was indeed more than just empty chatter. Nintendo was actually making it at one point. Another interesting feature Miyamoto talked about was an online component. In the August 98 issue of Nintendo Power, having just finished making Ocarina, Miyamoto said, "We've already talked about a network Zelda as an interesting idea. The assistance of other players in the network could motivate a player's active participation instead of the traps or secrets that I create." And the 64DD was fully capable of accessing the internet. In fact, most people who bought it paid 2,500 yen a month for an online subscription. But again, we weren't sure if those network features actually got worked on. We checked with Luigi Blood, but he said there weren't any traces in the Giga Leak. But the leak was incomplete and missing lots of data, so network features not being in there didn't necessarily mean they weren't in development. Fortunately, Miyamoto wasn't alone in that Nintendo Power interview. There were 3 other Zelda developers, one of them being a very young Giles Goddard. Giles was the first non-Japanese programmer to ever work for Nintendo, basically because Nintendo couldn't find anyone in Japan who could match his whiz-kid programming skills. Giles worked on Star Fox, which was revolutionary for achieving 3D in the 16-bit era, and he also made the stretchy face for Super Mario 64. More importantly, though, he worked on Zelda. Giles left Nintendo in 2002, and now he lives on a small, idyllic Japanese island running his own studio and making games like Curse to Golf. We tracked
Dude, I've been just non-stop.
We talked for
Okay, we're gonna need more workers, guys.
We read him the quote from his interview with Miyamoto.
This is just too much.
Here's his response.
Do you recall any specifics regarding
Alright, yo, we're close. We're close. You guys, this is ridiculous. I've been doing this non-stop.
Yes. And I want to stay alive, so I'm not going to say what.
Giles wasn't willing to share any details beyond the fact that they did work on those network features that were never made public, and that they were, and still are, top secret. But just knowing Network Zelda was more than empty chatter was interesting in itself. Miyamoto saying players
Oh my god, the line.
secrets kind of sounds like a
Suffering some from success, literally.
dungeons and share them online. We went
I gotta get some more workers. This is just ridiculous.
when we found a German magazine where Miyamoto specifically said no, there won't be a dungeon builder. Interestingly though, he does describe a different dungeon system than the static remixes that made their way into Master Quest. Instead of simply remixing dungeons, he said they were going to be randomized. The Germans asked what'll make Ura different from Ocarina, and Miyamoto said simply put there will be a random element. Every time you go into a dungeon, the composition will be different.
Get the hell out of
For
here.
example, if a treasure chest was in a certain
You
place
fiends.
when you enter the dungeon, it won't be there the next time, but will be in a completely different location. Then he says there won't be a dungeon builder or something like an online versus mode, but because of the 64DD's read and write capabilities, they're thinking about new downloadable dungeons and sharing other data with players. That seems to line up with what he told a Mexican magazine a couple months
Okay.
later, that there's a
Okay, we'll get some workers.
Both of these interviews were in late 1999, though. By then,
Oh my god, I can only hire one guy.
already given up on adding new features outside of Hyrule's dungeon.
There's just no fucking way.
Already been neutered in favor of Majora's Mask due to Eiji Newman thinking Ura wouldn't make a worthy sequel. Talking to Nintendo president Satoru Iwata, he said there was still a lot left to do. He wanted to make new ways to play and a new story, but as Ocarina's done,
And he's slow.
just couldn't get excited about making new ones for Ura. So Miyamoto offered a compromise. Instead of using Ocarina's assets to make a flip-side game,
He's slow.
those assets to make an entirely new game in 1 year, then Aonuma wouldn't have to work on Ura Zelda. Aonuma took the deal. Then he and most of the Ocarina team broke off to work on Majora's Mask, leaving a much smaller team left to work on Ura.
Imagine looking for people to hire and then
Expansion abandoned it to focus its attention exclusively.
sorry, bro, your shop's not a high enough
Most
level.
resources stripped. All of those earlier ideas about custom masks, network
Capitalism.
features, story elements fell by the wayside. And that's how Ura Zelda became Master Quest. Instead of
Dude, what? I need shop level 15 just to get another fucking checkout counter?
Miyamoto teased the idea of releasing Ocarina
Are you bloody serious?
Ura N64 cartridge. But by the time Ura's development wrapped up in June of 2000, the GameCube was right around the corner. So they threw it in as a Wind Waker pre-order incentive, and the rest is history. Well, not really though. It's one of the most legendary canceled games of all time.
Yeah,
so
there's.
and rumors just keep coming. So we need to debunk some new rumors that came.
I'm gonna have to terminate you until I'm level 15, man, because I don't have anything else for you to do.
Files were discovered for 9 mini
Well, I guess you can restock.
as a sort of boss rush mode that got cut during Ura's development. Here's the first one, which is only 2 rooms based on the Deku Tree. A modder named Zell was kind enough to reconstruct all 9 mini dungeons for us. Here's the footage.
Go do that.
Actually play them. You fight a few enemies, get some treasure, then fight a boss. Most of them are a little bigger, like the Spirit Temple mini dungeon. When they were discovered in the Giga Leak, since they were 64 files, a lot of
Fucking ridiculous, man.
Zelda lost.
Alright, give me some of these.
By various websites.
Probably give me more of those. Give me these.
Really helped make Era feel like a true expansion to Ocarina, but unfortunately, reality
Get on it, man.
isn't as exciting. These mini dungeons were actually developed before Ocarina.
Dude, he's so slow.
Appear to just be placeholders for testing out 64DD's hooks. Hooks are basically.
Well, it's actually not that bad, actually. It's not that bad.
In this case, swapping out dungeons. Luigi Blood spent a long time cataloging all of the hooks, and he told us when they made the retail version of Ocarina of Time, they had to have a base disc expansion for testing, because it would have been bad if the game came out with a bad disc expansion code within. The only hooks I've seen are rooms, scenes, dungeon mini-maps, dungeon maps for the pause menu, text, scene processing, and ROM loading. Although, you can technically
Hold on, actually,
anything
let me close
except
up real
music, including NPCs and NPC code, for example. But the 64DD hook system felt badly planned for new features. Not
Wait,
impossible to
what?
implement new features, but oddly more complicated than it could have been designed. Miyamoto did say he wanted
Oh, shit.
Hyrule's NPCs, but it seems that ambition was ultimately pursued in Majora's Mask rather than Ura. Speaking of which,
I don't have any cards that are...
Slugger House and Beneath the Well were also found in Ura's latent files, which led to more rumors that they were originally created for Ura, but got repurposed
I see.
for Majora's Mask. But those files were added to Ura in May 2000, after Majora had already released in Japan.
$6. You know what?
They were also just for testing purposes and never actually meant for inclusion in Ura Zelda. This was a pretty complicated section, so here's the general takeaway. Nintendo designed the hooks to be capable of much more than just remixed dungeons. So some features were actually in development and discussed publicly by Miyamoto after he had already finished making Ocarina, like massive
We're open.
and connectivity.
Come in. That was my worst.
The Master Quest. But a lot of the rumors and fan expectations of what Ura Zelda should have been, like unfreezing Zoro's domain and outracing the Running Man, were just fake. They were never promised by Nintendo, and there's no evidence they were ever in development. And as a side note, while we're talking about the Running Man, during our research we actually found out why you can't beat an Ocarina. And that's probably a good way to end today's video. In the April '99 issue of Nintendo Dream magazine, the interviewer asks point blank, why can't you outrace the Running Man? Ocarina's map data manager, Shigeo Kimura, takes the question and explains, quote, the Running Man seems like someone you can beat, but you can't. That effectively makes him Link's greatest rival in Hyrule. In a way, he's even more powerful than Ganon. But really, the reason's because we didn't have anything to give the player as a reward for beating him. So there's your answer to the great mystery. The devs don't let you beat him because they didn't have anything special to give you. I guess they didn't want to give us another huge reboot.
A few months after Link's Awakening was re-released with some updates on the Game Boy,
I'm gonna open up some cards.
Okamoto approached Miyamoto about remaking Zelda 1 in the style of Link's Awakening. Perhaps wanting to avoid a repeat of the CDI debacle, Miyamoto blew him off. But Okamoto refused to take no for an answer. Threatening to produce a ripoff, Miyamoto didn't say yes. In a 1999 interview with German magazine Total, Okamoto explained how the Trilogy project came into existence. He said, I especially like the Zelda on Famicom. Nintendo just wasn't interested in translating it onto the Game Boy Color. So I told Mr. Miyamoto that I wanted to produce the game, but nothing ever came of it, so I had to threaten him. The magazine, probably shocked, asked him to repeat himself. You threatened him? I said if Nintendo doesn't want to do it, Capcom will make an identical game, but just change the name of the game and all the characters. Then he asked if we wanted to develop the game legitimately. He immediately accepted.
What?
Eventually, a deal was struck
He
that
threatened Nintendo?
Capcom would follow it up with a trilogy of brand new games called the Triforce series. As producer, Okamoto was meant to supervise the remake's development, but ended up spending most of his time overseas. So the project was led by Capcom director Hidemaru Fujibayashi. If that name sounds familiar, it's because after the partnership between Capcom and Nintendo was dissolved, Fujibayashi was hired to work directly for Nintendo and later served as director on Breath of the Wild, and is currently directing its sequel. In many ways, Breath of the Wild was a reimagining of Zelda 1, but at the time, Fujibayashi wasn't as enthusiastic about remaking Zelda 1 as his boss Okamoto. The Capcom team felt Zelda 1 was too difficult for the modern generation of gamers, so they ended up scrapping the remake.
My gosh, I'm not getting into all this.
Series. According to
No, my luck rate isn't that bad.
it was originally planned to launch in late 1999 and focus on action, followed up a few
It's my lady luck, yeah.
based Tale of Wisdom.
It's at like 77% still.
Conclude with the Tale of Courage. All three games would be connected with passwords. So
Sell cards. Let's do $5 instead.
it was expected that fans would play the trilogy in the order they were released, but they were being developed in a way that fans could play the games in any order they wanted. The Triangle series was initially planned to make use of the mobile system GB, a service that allowed fans to connect the Game Boy Color to the internet by using a cell phone adapter. Miyamoto said, "The original idea for those games was for them to be more episodic in content, and the development actually started with the notion..."
Alright, what do you got, man? Got some cards? I gotcha.
Putting all three games together for
Artifacts today?
team, however. So Okamoto made more
Right, boxes and
to
cards.
send out an SOS for Miyamoto to ride in on a white horse and save the trilogy from development hell. To get the project back on course, Miyamoto cut the series from 3 games down to just 2, and any ideas involving
$34.
were thrown out as well. The games were temporarily rebranded as the Mysterious Seeds series, but in the end, the Tale of Power became Oracle Seasons, and the Tale of Wisdom became Oracle of Ages. After more than a year of delays, instead of releasing episodically, the games finally launched together in February 2001. Bits and pieces of the cancelled Zelda 1 remake found their way into Seasons, both
51.
Western Graveyard, and the first dungeon can be found inside a dead tree on a small island, and even the dungeons' internal layouts are similar. 6 of Seasons' dungeon bosses were also taken from Zelda 1.
Oh, it's like 8 p.m. I guess I'll open those things.
Mystical Seed of Courage. It's impossible to know exactly how much made its way into Oracle of Ages and Seasons, but in addition to the online features, we do know a few more pieces of the puzzle that got left out. The 2 games that survived made use of magic items called the Harp of Ages and the Rod of Seasons, while concept art revealed in the Hyrule Astoria suggests the last game in the trilogy was planned around the magic paintbrush, an item that would have taken full advantage of the Game Boy Color. The Oracle Nairu plays a central role in Ages, and Din stars in Seasons, while the 3rd game was originally planned to feature Furori. Since the game was never finished, Furori ended up with just a small token role in Ages and Seasons, essentially as a password clerk in the Hall of Secrets. Some websites claim that Capcom was also planning to remake Zelda 2 for the Game Boy Color, but we couldn't find any credible evidence to support that claim, even after talking to Okamoto himself. So it appears the idea of Capcom remaking Zelda 2 was nothing more than
Can you imagine, like, sending out a job application and...
Did you know? There's
Or, I guess, sending out a job
Mario games that never saw the light of day.
opening, I guess, whatever companies do.
With some exceptions.
They put out the openings online.
To exist, but have no reputable proof that they were real.
And you accept someone.
A reputed Mario Kart game for the Virtual Boy.
You accept them.
That were just earlier versions
And then they,
titles like Super
you send them an email and you're like, hey, congratulations, you've even accepted this job, we want to interview you, whatever.
Franchise.
And they reply with,
The original
sorry, Bozo, your shop levels is only 12.
One of
I
the most
can't help it.
mysterious games on our list is Mario's Planet Quest. In July of 2021, and
Sorry, man, like, your shop level isn't high enough for me.
previously mentioned Strong Museum.
You gotta increase your power level, I don't know what to tell you.
Mario's Planet Quest listed on the resume of a former Software Toolworks developer. The only information given was that it was developed for the Super Nintendo and was an educational game similar to Mario's Time Machine, which the developer also listed on their resume. Given the title, it's a safe bet that the game would have revolved around Mario traveling to space and learning about the solar system, clicking on objects for more information. Software Toolworks composer Mark Knight lists a similar game on his website called Mario's Mission Earth, which is likely the same game as the one uncovered by Vormir.
Power levels, your shop power level is just not high enough, man.
Game developed by Nova Logic.
It's just not high enough, look, bro, come back.
CDI console planned as
Come back when you're...
to Super Mario World. The game follows Mario
Oh my
as
God,
he
I
treks
can't.
through jungles, castles,
Sorry, man, your shop level...
Greece, and ancient Egypt. As
It's
you can
not
see
high
from the
enough for
unfinished
my-
prototype that was dumped online.
for my blog.
The game is very rudimentary, with Mario being unable to swim, collect power-ups.
Yeah, come back when you're a little bit more
Comanche
profitable.
developer Nova Logic made an
bro,
early one-level demo of the game in under 2 weeks, with programmer Silas Warner of Castle Wolfenstein.
I'm wondering what this is. This like, shop scanner thing.
The group continued their work, aiming
Hack
to
opener
create
machine. So, I mean, I don't have to open them myself.
However, due to several staff leaving the
Curious about
company
that.
and the poor sales of the CDI, Wacky with researcher Frank Gasking from the book The Games That Weren't, Nova Logic
I'm really
artist
curious
Nina
about that.
Stanley said, I think the real reason that Wacky Worlds was canceled was due to changes in personnel. The lead engineer on the project, John Brooks, decided to leave and work for EA. When a replacement programmer wasn't found to continue the project, I also left and went to EA, and the game was ultimately canceled.
Bro, why would you go to
Around
EA?
80% of the art and 30% of the programming were completed before production halted.
EA is like the worst. There's like like, okay, first is like at the top of the shitty list is literally like, I'm pretty sure EA, and then Ubisoft, and then Nintendo. You know, Nintendo, everyone knows how Nintendo is. Like, Nintendo, they need to get a grip, man.
To learn more about places like New York,
They gotta stop going after everything.
the game would have featured live-action FMV of these locations, with a 2D Mario rendered over it Roger Rabbit style. The
They also need to,
backgrounds
like,
took up
stop
most of the
racing
game's
their
effort, making it a
old
hard
games so
project
high.
for the programmers.
I'm pretty sure they're still selling like old
Fewer than
Nintendo games for like $70, $60, actually pricing them up,
Did You Know Gaming was able to get
which is insane to me.
director Michael Borthwick, who told us a little more about the game's production. Borthwick told us, many sequences were done, but it was taking very long to get things working properly, as the machine really could not handle what we were trying to do. SIGM founder Howard Greenspan likely failed to realize the limits of the machine right off the bat, and kept over-promising the look and playability of the game to Phillips. For example, we had a full 12-frame Mario walk cycle that had to be reduced to 6 frames,
No.
because the CDI player
It's just one trade.
12 frames, plus video, plus collision detection, plus the other sprites. Late in development, SIGM tried creating...
That's why I'm not buying anything. Yeah, I haven't either. I just don't. I don't like the company anymore. I'm not buying any of their shit anymore.
Original characters, a rock and roll duo named Heavy and Metal. Not impressed by their work, Phillips cut all funding, and the game was quickly canceled. SIGM would file for bankruptcy in 1994, and most of the company's assets were repossessed by the Canadian Imperial Bank of Commerce. Around late...
I think there's also a lot of people in the same boat where it's like, yeah, no, Nintendo kind of fucking sucks, man. I don't want to buy this shit anymore.
An unidentified
It's nice that there's quite a few people that I think are out there that are like realizing, man,
which would have used the same super effects.
Nintendo used to be great,
Games like Star
and it didn't go after everything
co-founder Jez
that
Sands
may
sent videos of the
possibly
demo to Nintendo, hoping for approval, but much to
threaten
his
them in
dismay,
some
they
way.
got rejected. Along with the recent cancellation of Star Fox 2,
you know, a
this
big
response
example of
is
that
considered
being
a mistake in Argonaut's
Palworld.
departure from the company. A few years later, Nintendo would come out with a 3D.
But with
platform
Palworld, they ended up
run
embarrassing
Mario
themselves,
64.
and a
In
lot of their
2014 Eurogamer article, that Nintendo borrowed
lot of
the
their,
3D platforming concept from
cases got
Argonaut, claiming
rejected,
Shigeru Miyamoto
even in the US.
the idea at a trade show. It is unknown how accurate this claim is, as no one other than San and Miyamoto would be able to confirm it. In 1997, Argonaut released an original 3D platformer for Windows, PlayStation 1, and Sega Saturn, Croc, Legend of the Gobos.
It's not even just that, but like they like to go after
Croc's design. Lead designer
people that make, you know,
saying that Croc's appearance came from a
non-legitimate Pokemon games, but it's like,
Simon Keating.
like I feel like they're really not hurting
infamous Nintendo
their actual selves.
a single Super FX
Like just
model
because someone
found
played
in its
like
files. Contrary to
Pokemon Diamond, whatever it was,
had
Pokemon
zero
Silver,
relation to Yoshi Racing, and was likely used for a different
Diamond, Silver,
at the 1995
Extra, L,
Consumer Electronics Show in Las Vegas. a
Ultra, Ruby, whatever bullshit names that they are.
Mario Brothers VB. The
It's not like
demo had three
that's not going to affect their decision to get like a new Pokemon game. They're still going to get new Pokemon games, even if they play knockoffs
similar to
or the fake ones, I guess.
a mini game identical to the original Mario Brothers.
Yet Nintendo still goes after them,
Receiving high praise at the show,
even if they don't make any money
magazines like
on them.
and EGM, Mario
I'm hoping they don't go after Pokemon Infinite Fusion.
as to why the game was canceled.
Pokemon Infinite Fusion's a really good one that's still going,
Some have theorized that
and I'm super afraid that they're going to go
Mario
after them
Flash for the Virtual
and shut
Boy.
them down.
This is yet to be confirmed by Nintendo. In 2016, video game preservation website Nintendo Player
If
released
that
an
happens,
article
I'm going to actually hate
discussing
Nintendo forever.
from their collection. VR
Like, I don't necessarily hate Nintendo right now, but I
Mario
don't
running through what looked
like them anymore.
ruins of a building.
But if they go
Mario
after
steps
Pokemon
over
Infinite Fusion, I'm actually going to hate them
suddenly
forever.
sprouts eyes and legs, turning into a womp-like creature. Little was known about the storyboard until Nintendo Player tracked down the original owner to a man named Patrick Michael Clark, former lead artist at the now-defunct Redmond-based
I'm just never going to buy their stuff ever again.
After contacting another dev at Boss Game, Nintendo Player confirmed Patrick's board was drawn in the mid to late 90s for a pitch that died on the vine after Nintendo saw the concept art. Following this failed project, Boss Game Studios would begin making third-party games for the Nintendo 64, including Top Gear Rally and Stunt Racer 64. The company shut its doors in 2002, following issues finding publishers for their future titles. Years before the Game Boy Advance, there was a Game Boy successor in the works codenamed Project Atlantis, Nintendo collaborated with Advanced Risk Machines, or ARM, to develop a 32-bit handheld that reportedly used a 160 MHz processor, 4 buttons, and a color LCD screen.
Oh,
In the
just take the
April
$50.
1996 issue of EGM, news of the system was followed by a rumor that Nintendo was working on a game
What do you got, man?
Mario's Castle, potentially the Atlantis' launch title. However, other than this single
No.
blurb in EGM, no mention of Mario's Castle exists publicly. Even if it did exist, it's unlikely that any work was done on it aside
Bro, are they like not?
ideas on paper. Masato Kuwahara, project leader
Tournament.
at SI, revealed in a 2009 Game Developers Conference talk that Nintendo wasn't satisfied with Atlantis' graphics performance, and so
Confirm event. I thought I already confirmed it,
Mario's
man.
Castle did not get referenced during the Kuwahara-san GDC discussion.
Why do they not? They still don't like use the fucking tables.
Or perhaps even start. One of the few canceled games starring Mario's arch-rival Wario would be
Standard.
Mario Pool for the Game Boy Color. In 2001, veteran
All we can do is standard.
Rick Pelling and Jeff Ferguson pitched a pool billiards game.
Why does it not work?
Featuring the titular antihero. Little was known about the pitch until Pelling released a short video on his website, giving us a small glimpse of the game's plot. Late one stormy night, Wario receives a phone call from his
I don't
manager
understand.
asking if he'll be in the yearly pool championships. Wario says no.
Set table
Suddenly,
number.
literal pool sharks appear on TV, scoffing that nobody, not even Wario, can beat them at
Why does no one? Let me try bringing it
Wario decides to
inside.
join the championship.
Maybe they'll actually use it inside.
Pelling, despite getting rejected by Nintendo, the Wario Pool engine wasn't wasted.
Oh my
It was
god, there's a
retooled
line,
into
man.
Game Boy Color game 3D Pocket Pool, released only in
Hey
Europe.
man,
We got our hands on a
Oh.
lost Pokemon game, and we're leaking it in today's video. Not only are you going to see it in action, we're also going to show how you can play it for yourself.
leaking it in today's video, dude.
We actually got it legit from
Aren't they afraid of Nintendo?
So technically, it's more like we're dumping it, along with all the raw files and concept art. But first, we're going to cover the full
I guess it's
history of
technically not a
canceled
product,
games
is it?
Series. Pokemon Pink, Pokemon Picross, Pinball DS,
Okay, they have to be inside the shop.
Red and Leaf Green, and a couple more. We'll cover them all in chronological order, except the one we're dumping, because we want to save the best for last. A couple quick caveats before we get
Oh,
started.
someone's
First,
going
not
insane.
all these games were technically
They're
canceled.
going like,
Every
bye,
game
bye,
had unique
bye.
circumstances, but canceled
Moto, moto,
is the
moto.
blanket term we're using for games that never made it to store shelves.
They're going insane, they're buying everything.
Which is at Nintendo, while others were 100% finished but got locked away in a vault. Also, we're not going to cover Meowth's Party or Pikachu DS because they were just tech demos created to show off the capabilities of the GameCube and DS, and were never meant to become full games. We're not covering Pocket Monsters 64 either, since its supposed existence seems to be based on...
Dude, we need a second. This is ridiculous. There's so many
Pokemon
people.
RPG was in the works for N64, but in reality that game was just Pokemon Stadium. Okay, with all that said and
What
the
the
intro out of the way, let's start off by dissecting Pokemon Pink.
Holy shit, man.
Plan to release
You're the
alongside
scalper,
Pokemon
aren't you?
Yellow in 1998. In other words,
Motherfucker.
Pokemon Pink and Yellow would have been paired releases, just like Red and Green. Fans had no idea about Pink until April 2020, when source code for Blue and Yellow leaked on 4chan. There were all kinds of interesting finds in the code, like unused Pokemon sprites, and audio files showing pretty much every Pokemon was intended to say its name. All those voices got cut, probably because they were cursed, so in the final game, the only Pokemon who talks is Pikachu. The source code also contained a couple
Pikachu.
references to a non-existent Pokemon game, like a header for, quote, Pocket Monsters Pink and Yellow. Notice how Pink comes first. There's another line that mentions Pink and Yellow packages. For comparison, here's what the equivalent code looks like in earlier games. Basically identical, except it says Red and Green packages.
I feel like I'm dealing with an infinite
In
line.
terms, Red and Green are both built from the same source code.
My god,
The
man.
package identifier gets ticked to determine
It just
which
never
game you can
stops.
play on a Game Boy cartridge. If the red
Yeah,
package
I've just been doing this the entire fucking day, dude.
so all signs point to Pink and Yellow being another paired release.
Oh my god.
Say Let's Go Pikachu and Eevee are their spiritual successors. We talked to the cutting room.
Why are there so many people?
Explain technical details, and
Am I like 5 stars now?
changing the
Hold on.
package from yellow to pink to see if it'd magically unlock a lost Pokemon game.
Yeah, I'm like, okay, that might be why.
Surprisingly, it didn't work, but it was worth a shot. We can't say for certain, but it appears Pokemon Pink was likely scrapped very early in development, since these two lines of code are the only evidence of its existence. The Pokemon companies only mentioned Pokemon Pink in
Dude, you guys gotta chill out with the line, man. I'm not level. I'm gonna have to like open up card packs until I'm level 16.
Yellow. Presumably, the game and a lot of the sprites would have had a pink palette. Some fans believe Jigglypuff would have appeared on the game's box art, considering
Level
its prominence
15, I guess.
and that Pikachu and Jigglypuff were the only two Pokemon fighters in the original Super Smash Bros. Like maybe those two were chosen for Smash because at the time they were set to star in 2 upcoming Pokemon games. But the most popular theory is that Clefairy would have been the star, because the Japanese version of the Game Boy camera had this frame of Pikachu and Clefairy together, which got removed from later international releases. But more importantly, because the 1996 Pocket Monster manga that predates the anime starred Clefairy and Trainer Red. Some fans speculate that while Pokemon Yellow uses elements from the anime, like a Pikachu partner, Team Rocket, Nurse Joy, or Officer Jenny, Pokemon Pink would have been more like the manga. So maybe cater more to female
okay, that's really cool, but I can't be spending the money right now. I kind of have to save my money for,
dropped on 4chan, 4chaners started making a Pokemon Pink ROM hack to bring that vision to life with a female player character.
Fucking Dark Charizard, dude, that looks really cool, though.
The Pokemon Company never addressed the leak.
No, I can't, that's too much money right now.
Where the words Pokemon Pink
Wobble effects.
President Tsunekazu Ishihara. In a Japanese interview from 2000 we had translated, Ishihara and series creator Satoshi Tajiri
Dude, how is there like a...
development. We'll make the full translation publicly available, linked below if you want to read it. Regarding Pink though, he says, quote, "We made red and green, then after that we made blue. Later we made yellow. It might have been nice if the next games
Look at the line.
Purple. But if we did that, all we'd be doing is perpetually making extensions of the originals.
It's people going insane. They're like
why the next games were
going
called Gold and Silver, so they could keep using colors while also signaling to customers that Gen 2 is more impressive than Gen 1.
Sub prices,
Pink or Purple might have just been perpetually making extensions of the originals, might also apply to why Pink got cancelled, because there were already 4 versions.
I get around these shits.
The 5th version would have been overkill. Not just for the fans, but also for Game Freak. They needed to devote more resources to making Gen 2, which ended up releasing 2 years behind schedule, even without getting slowed down making Pink. Maybe we're reading too much into that quote, but regardless, that was indeed the situation. The most pessimistic view was voiced by Ed Hikari, who said it's possible Pink was never anything at all, not even an idea. A lot of source code was copy-pasted to make yellow, so maybe Game Freak's programmers just deleted the words red and green and replaced them with pink and yellow.
Dude, there are literally too many people.
That's really all that happened. Pokemon fans have spent the last few years theorizing about nothing. And somewhere out there, Ishihara's laughing his ass off at our expense. Hopefully not, though, and someday he'll reveal a big binder about Pink on Japanese TV, like he did a few years back with all those Kapumon sprites. Next up is a game we can say with 100% certainty did exist because the full game leaked online 2 decades after it was cancelled. Playable from start to finish, even the credits. Pokemon Picross was a Game Boy Color puzzler first announced in Japanese magazines in 1999, which showed off screenshots and some original artwork.
How did bro have exact? That's insane.
The same guys who made the Pokemon Pinball spin-offs, or at least the 2 pinball games that didn't get cancelled. More on that later. Jupiter created the Picross series a few years earlier, and it sold well enough to released about 40 more Picross games up to the present day. They've crossed over with Mario and Zelda,
Misty's Golduck,
and Picross NP Volume 1, a Super Famicom game only available via the Japanese Nintendo Power Service. But there was also a full Pokemon game that slipped through the cracks. Picross's gameplay is kinda hard to explain and we don't want to bore you, so simply put, it's kinda like Minesweeper, or Sudoku with less math. If you're interested in learning, Pokemon Picross comes with a tutorial taught by Professor Oak, and after the leak, the community took it upon themselves to release an English fan translation. The game's got an original 23-piece soundtrack. That's what you're hearing now. In addition to Oak, it's got Pikachu, Misty, Team Rocket, locations all around Kanto, and lots of anime references. You can also get Bulbasaur, Charmander, and Squirtle as partner Pokemon, which change the border colors to green, red, and blue. Interestingly, you can also get Clefairy and Jigglypuff as partner Pokemon.
$20, $1.
Or purple. Pink or purple? Anyway, it's a good little puzzle game and pretty addictive. In 2015, Jupiter released a different Pokemon Picross game for 3DS that got pretty good review scores. Unfortunately, it was digital only, so nowadays it's impossible to download on your 3DS, since Nintendo shut down the eShop in 2023.
God, that took way too long.
Catch both games online though, if you're up for sailing the high seas. Not that we condone piracy, of course. For this last game, we just want to say right off the bat, it's been designated lost media for years, but we restored it. And as of today, it's been added to the Internet Archive. It ain't lost media anymore, and you can play it right now if you like. We'll talk about that more in a minute, but first, let's look at the game itself. Pokemon 2000 Adventure was an officially licensed game that ended up being better than Nintendo expected it to be when they signed the contract.
I'm probably going to take a break during that break.
A million people had already played it. The history on this one is pretty unique. The second Pokemon movie, called Pokemon the Movie 2000, was distributed in America by Warner Brothers.
I have to use the bathroom.
Licensed and gave permission for Warner Brothers to create promotional materials to sell more tickets. Nintendo were probably expecting posters, art, trailers, and maybe cheap web games, like Pikachu-themed tic-tac-toe. But they weren't expecting Warner Brothers to spend millions
okay.
3D Pokemon games.
Yeah, it's pretty much starting. I'll be right
Warner
back.
Brothers did. They contracted a studio called Cyberworld, who previously made virtual shopping malls, a Harry Potter game, and various other three-dimensional experiences. Think of them like Doom. 3D spaces populated with 2D sprites, but running in an internet browser. Pretty impressive back in the 90s. Warner Brothers wanted to use this cutting-edge technology to promote the new Pokemon movie. We talked to Eddie Ruminski, one of Cyberworld's developers.
We launched it and we had about 1 million downloads in the span of a month, which was our most popular game to date. And that's when Nintendo freaked. And they immediately hit us with a cease and desist. They thought Warner Brothers breached the contract. They exceeded the contract's allowable scope, basically. Nintendo didn't expect that promotion to include something that was legitimately a video game.
Back then, the only 3D Pokemon games that existed were Pokemon Snap and Pokemon Stadium. So Nintendo thought fans would see this first-person adventure and think it was a new direction the series was headed in. They considered it a threat and were concerned it would cause brand confusion. Eddie was sort of a junior programmer at the time, but he was the only guy at Cyberworld familiar with Pokemon. The company got a pre-release of Pokemon the Movie 2000, sat Eddie in front of it, and asked, "How the hell do we turn this into a video game?" After they bounced some ideas back and forth with Warner Brothers, here's what they came up with. What you're watching now is one of our playthroughs of Pokemon 2000 Adventure. The music you're hearing is the game soundtrack. The game begins with Professor Oak telling you there's a disturbance in the Force, and you've got to investigate. Then you pick one of 3 Pokemon teams, and a difficulty: beginner, intermediate, or advanced. Now your adventure begins, exploring 3 islands in any order you want. Your path forward is sometimes blocked by environmental obstacles that require Pokemon's special abilities to get past, like these volcanic lava plumes, for example. On our playthrough, we used Poliwhirl's water gun to extinguish the flames. Then he got experience points and evolved into Poliwrath. Eventually, we found Moltres. It asked us a trivia question about Lavender Town, and after we got it right, Moltres gave us a red ancient sphere. Then, on the next island, we used Lapras to freeze a lake and walk across it, melted an ice barrier with Vulpix, and answered Articuno's trivia question to get another sphere. On the final island, we cleared out some electric barriers and evolved a couple more Pokemon, and got the final sphere from Zapdos. Then, Professor Oak thanked us for saving the world and awarded us a certificate for beating the game. You can also get a final score and gold, silver, or bronze ranking, depending on how well you did. The game's only about 10 minutes, but there's some replayability thanks to having 3 Pokemon teams and 3 difficulty settings to choose from. By the time Nintendo struck down the game, the devs had already got paid, they got to see the movie before it hit theaters, and they got to say they'd worked on a massively successful Pokemon game.
It was the greatest compliment via cease and desist, saying, sorry, what you made was too much like a good video game. At the end of the day, when it was pulled, it was more like, we've already been paid. Like, that was a $2 million deal for that to make that game. Once it was pulled, it was like, we did the work. It was great. It was really popular. We hit the 1 million downloads that we didn't even dream of to begin with. So when it was pulled, we were all happy.
Warner Brothers was happy too. With 1 million downloads, they got more promotion than they were expecting, and Pokémon 2000 went on to become the second highest grossing Japanese movie to ever hit American theaters. So really, everyone was happy except Nintendo. And if you want to play the game yourself, you'll be happy too, because here's directions on how you can play it right now. Eddie's been holding on to the raw files for the past 23 years. Then after he saw our video about restoring Pokemon Garden, he reached out and sent us all the files. One of the Pokemon Garden archivists, Rufus 10, and his friend Doomtay did some computer magic to get it working on the modern internet, which was a lot harder than it sounds. All credit goes to those guys. We were just sort of middlemen in the back and forth. We won't bore you with the technical restoration details, but like we said, it ain't lost media anymore. Go play it if you want. Might want to be quick about it though, just in case Nintendo strikes it down again. For preservation's sake, we also archived the game's concept art, storyboards, soundtrack, and all the raw files. So even if it does get struck down, it'll always survive somewhere on the internet.
Did you know? Before making the critically acclaimed Grand Theft Auto series, Rockstar North was developing games for Nintendo. In the early 90s, Rockstar, then known as DMA Design, was one of Nintendo's top second-party developers, making titles for the Super Nintendo and Nintendo 64. Among these games was a top-secret project starring one of Nintendo's most recognizable characters. Intended to release on the SNES in 1995, Kid Kirby was a spin-off where players follow Kirby in his first adventure through Dreamland. The game was intended for an even younger audience than Kirby, somehow, and was in production for years, constantly switching its style and staff. Although relatively far in development, the game was cancelled by Nintendo for various reasons, and DMA moved on to other projects, eventually parting ways with Nintendo altogether. Despite being part of such an iconic series, there's very little documentation on Kid Kirby online. ROMs of the game have yet to surface, and the only direct coverage of Kid Kirby in the press was a tiny blurb in a Mexican magazine. So today we'll be discussing the game in its entirety, how it got made, why it was scrapped, and how it may have had an impact on DMA's future titles. Did You Know Gaming has managed to get a hold of several ex-DMA developers involved in the project, and they gave us some valuable insight. Unfortunately, however, none of them have kept any form of ROM, source code, or artwork from the project. So, to help illustrate the game's visuals, we're working with professional game artist Sean Hicks to recreate what could have been, creating accurate mock-ups based on the developers' descriptions. And we'll credit this in the corner so you know what we commissioned and what's from the actual game. Through extensive interviews and hours of internet sleuthing, here is the story of Kid Kirby, the lost Nintendo game from the twisted minds of GTA. Before we go any further, we should explain where Rockstar North, and by extension DMA Design, came from. Once you know the roots, Rockstar developing a Kirby game isn't as crazy as it sounds. DMA Design officially began in 1987 in a two-room office above a baby supply shop in Scotland. Founder Dave Jones, a gifted electronics engineer from the city of Dundee, was interested in computing since the late 70s. According to Jones, there was only one computer in his entire school, and he spent as much time as possible on it, much to the dismay of his teachers. However, by the early 80s, home computers became much more accessible in Europe with the rise of systems like the ZX Spectrum and Commodore 64. Jones often hung out at the Dundee Computer Club, where he'd meet three other programmers, Mike Daly, Steve Hammond, and Russell Kay. The four became good friends and began designing small games for 8-bit computers. After losing his job at a manufacturing plant right out of high school, Jones used his £3,000 severance package, about $15,000 USD in today's money, to buy a state-of-the-art Amiga computer. He began working on his first big game, Menace. A fast-paced arcade shooter, Menace was released by major British publisher Psygnosis in 1988. Before finishing the game, Jones sought to create an actual studio after realizing literally none existed in Dundee. The name he settled on, DMA Design, was taken from Amiga programming manuals, where it stood for Direct Memory Access. In Jones's case, it meant Direct Mind Access, though over time, DMA would eventually come to mean doesn't mean anything. Jones quickly began employing his friends from the computer club, and DMA's second title, a spiritual successor.
Okay, sorry about that.
Blood
That took a
Money,
bit
was
longer than I
in
expected.
1989. Money started to pool into the tiny studio, and Jones dropped out of university to concentrate on.
I gotta open this up so I can get the
DMA's
card
major
opening
success came not from
machine thing.
a cutesy puzzle strategy game for the Amiga.
So I don't know what that is.
February 1991 had the
Oh.
guide a gaggle of
Oh, we got that Scyther.
series of dangerous.
Wait, is that the Scyther from the first edition?
You must give each lemming, which are constantly moving around,
From the other one?
will help them avoid any upcoming obstacles. The lemmings can dig.
That was the missing Scyther. We need that Scyther.
Push comes to shove, self-destruct. Lemmings was a smash hit, selling 55,000 copies in its first day, and opening the gates for dozens of ports. DMA earned more than £1.5 million from the game, about 5 million USD in today's money. And Jones, then only 25 years old, was becoming one of the wealthiest game designers in Europe. The crazy success of Lemmings eventually caught the eye of Nintendo, who wanted to give Jones and his company the contract of a lifetime. While the Nintendo 64, then
Let me see.
Project Reality, was on the horizon,
Is that a part of this set?
what was known
It is. Okay, so it has its own Scyther.
Before they signed several developers
Wait.
and publishers outside of
Oh.
64's launch in North America. Some studios attached included Silicon Graphics, Acclaim, Williams,
Wait.
and Rare. DMA
Oh, then what the hell is this?
36 employees in a swanky upgraded
Oh,
office.
I'm missing one here.
Part of the Dream Team on May 2nd. Months prior, DMA went to Nintendo at a trade show, presenting them with something thought impossible. Using a clip from Star Wars, the company proved that
I don't know what that missing one is.
possible on the SNES. The demo impressed Nintendo so much that they invested hugely in DMA, giving them tons of equipment like a $34,000 Silicon Graphics machine. Nintendo was also
We
impressed,
still have a few hollows that are missing.
particularly their creative
About
decisions
5 of them.
in design. Lemmings, a family-friendly cartoon.
I kinda wanna get into.
Title is exactly
I wonder if I can just slide them into the machine and it automatically does them all.
in the world that are in the Spielberg.
It's like a
category.
bulk
Howard Lincoln, then chairman
pack
and
opener, I think.
control the press. His software ideas are incredible. DMA signed a multi-million-pound contract to develop 2 games for the Nintendo 64. The studio also began doing titles for the Super Nintendo. And because of their newfound relationship, DMA decided to reskin a rudimentary SNES game with an original IP into one with a recognizable Nintendo character. The small Scottish studio would become the first developer outside of Japan to work on the Kirby franchise. This was the beginning of Kid Kirby. In the 80s and 90s, there was a trend of taking older, established franchises and babifying the characters for a younger audience. If you lived during this time, you might remember things like Tiny Toon Adventures, Muppet Babies, and Nintendo's own Baby Mario in Yoshi's Island. Kid Kirby is
Sure.
not similar to these spin-offs. The game's plot is told from the perspective of an older Kirby who's retelling the story of his first adventure. We open on the DMA logo embossed into the cover of Kirby's storybook. The book opens up, revealing a title card
I'm gonna DIY.
see Baby Kirby, prominently featured with a long, curly string of hair on his head, waking up from his crib in the middle of the night. He hears a strange noise outside and goes to
Taco
investigate.
Bear Machine
Discovers that the
M.
Star Rock,
Wait, what's
the item
M?
that keeps Dreamland alive, has gone missing. So now it's up to Kirby to find the magical wand and save
Taco
the
Bear
day.
Machine
Were it to be
S.
released, Kid Kirby would have been one of the unique titles compatible with the SNES.
What do these even
Bundled
do?
Initially with Mario Paint, the mouse was mostly used for puzzle games, art software, and
You know, they
simulations.
probably
So it was
open
rare
packs,
for a
but
platformer to have this kind of peripheral support. In Kid Kirby, the mouse controls a large cartoon glove, serving as a boost for Baby Kirby. Holding the left button, you can pull back Kirby's hair and slingshot him across the level. The further you pulled back, the further Kirby
open
would
card
fly. Think
packs.
of it as an early version of Angry Birds. When Kirby is mid-air, you can either slap him higher up, essentially doing a double jump, or slam him toward the ground onto the enemies below. Of course, a Kirby game would not be complete without copy abilities. Tapping the right button would activate a power-up obtained from an enemy you recently killed. The stone power, previously seen in Kirby's Adventure, would return in this game, allowing Kirby to turn
okay, so I think it's like automated.
enemies with his weight. There were also plenty of original ideas for power-ups. Kirby could turn into a paper airplane and glide across the level. He could even put on a pair of sticky shoes and stick himself to a wall. Kirby is similar to the titular characters in Lemmings, constantly moving around with
Wait,
lines
hit
of his own.
rates.
The player essentially
The machine yields identical
a
points.
literal
Don't
helping hand
cards
to get
manually.
Kirby
Okay.
out of trouble. The goal of Kid Kirby is to collect the lost stars scattered across
So I get a
the
bunch of
world.
these.
Once you collect them all, you throw Kirby through a hoop and progress to the next level. There was also an option for a 2-player mode, where the screen is split in half and 2 players race side by side. Kid Kirby consisted of 120 levels, about 60 of which formed the main body of the game. The remaining 60 could be accessed via a hidden door on one of the levels. According to programmer James Watson, who shared his memories of the game in a
Shop license unlocker.
post, the door was hidden within a large bell. Fun fact, finishing each level would add 1% to the completion counter, and a perfect score required you to beat the game by 120%. Most of the classic bosses were
That's exactly what I'm looking for.
always would be the first boss. King DDD, now a mere
How much are these? 3,000? I probably want to save up so I can buy a few of these.
And Bronto Burt.
So that they can
Researchers
open up
video
like card
contacted one of
packs.
the many artists who worked at DMA in the mid-90s. This person, who chose to remain anonymous, was one of the original artists on Kid Kirby, where they helped design 3D renders of the enemies and bosses. As well as Wispy Woods, they modeled a Buckethead boss and a Sea Anemone boss. Whether these bosses were original creations by DMA or pre-existing concepts sent over by Nintendo is unknown. After talking to some Kirby experts, we weren't able to find any similar bosses, and the artist, unfortunately, has no memory of what the boss's actual names were. Before working on Kid Kirby, the developers at DMA had a mixed relationship with the pink puffball. Some people, like our anonymous artist, were well aware of the franchise, being fans of titles like Kirby's Dream Course and the original Dreamland. Others were the opposite. Programmer Patrick Kerr, who joined the project in May 1995, was initially unaware that Kirby was an existing IP. I hadn't owned any Nintendo stuff because you couldn't program it. I had come from a home computing background and didn't even know what Kirby was when I started. Looking to learn more about the franchise, Steve Hammond, one of the original DMA employees, contacted Nintendo of America for some background information. In return, he received a Monster Facts, which contained character sheets and manuals from previous games. This let Hammond develop a massive internal document called the Unofficial Kirby Reference Book for Westerners. It was a helpful resource for both himself and other DMA employees. Hammond was tasked with writing the game's page, which laid out the story in a compelling yet humorous manner. The manual was littered with Hammond sketches of Kirby, who spoke in an alien language that could only be read as pieces of fruit. This was a reference to classic Marvel comics, where the writers would translate indecipherable languages for the reader's sake. It should be noted that production on Kid Kirby was happening during a hectic time at DMA. Numerous projects across different consoles were currently ongoing, and each team consisted of less than 10 core people, often working on several projects at a time. Jones's idea was to try different things, knowing that hits were rare but highly valuable when achieved. At the same time as Kirby, the studio was focused on developing 2 games for the N64, one of which, Body Harvest, was originally intended as a launch title and was a top priority to Nintendo. Shigeru Miyamoto would often visit the offices in Dundee to consult on various projects.
Not sure, I have like a bunch of them.
Concerned, Miyamoto always made time for Kirby. He had witnessed an earlier iteration of the game and wanted to add more richness to its playability. Pat Kerr recalls that the power-ups, the paper airplane, the rock, and the sticky shoes, may have been Miyamoto's suggestions, though we could not fully confirm this. Nintendo of America had some input as well. The original Princess DVD design was one of the things backstory to Steve Hammond, hence why it looks so, different compared to the other models. I don't think any of our guys put such a big thing into that up. In an interview with Next Generation magazine, Jones described DMA's relationship with Nintendo. It's fine. It's hard. It's a very hard relationship because the quality is so high that it's so hard to match the quality of the products they do. And they really want you to focus on making Nintendo products. It's very hard to write games that you're not writing for yourself, which is traditionally what I've done. I write a game because I want to play it. It's a big, big difference when you try and write a game for somebody else. It's really, really hard to do. Kid Kirby was scheduled for release around October 1995, but was in development as far back as 1993. It should be made clear that the Kirby license wasn't...
Oh shit, how long was my mic muted for?
Tony Colgan, a freelance programmer who previously worked for Google in the late 80s. Colgan's original pitch was a golf game. The idea being that you could pull the mouse back and strike the ball, shooting through any obstacles that may exist in a 2-dimensional plane. Colgan presented Jones with a prototype and was quickly offered a full-time job at the company. It was decided early on that the golf theme should be scrapped and replaced with something more creative, something more DMA. The game had been renamed Jellies. This version had the player control a gelatinous blob with a mind of its own. The goal was to stretch the jelly out and ping them off in any direction, forcing them to land on a series of platforms and escape the level. Bugaboo, the Flea, a ZX Spectrum game from 1983, was a major influence in its design. As part of the early Dream Team negotiations in February 1990,
Electrode, we already have an Electrode, I think.
thought the game would be a good addition to the Kirby franchise, and the DMA agreed. Changes afterwards were its visuals. Early on, the game had a more flat aesthetic. Levels built on large, single-colored blocks. Kirby was initially a tiny 16x16 sprite, but his size grew as the game progressed. At a certain point, Kirby and all the enemies and bosses were redesigned for graphics, and the levels were changed to have a pseudo 3D feel.
I wonder if I should open all the cards, or...
which used pre-rendered graphics on the SNES in a similar manner. In 2007, Mike Daly, another Day 1 DMA employee, released several Kid Kirby maps and sprites onto his personal Flickr account. The post has since been removed, but it's still easily accessible.
Gotta get to level 15 so we can hire another worker.
Levels within the game. There's a cavern, a castle, and a possible boss battle at the Fountain of Dreams. There's also a factory stage for moving girders, as well as a snow
Another Pidgeots.
ice blocks to get to the finish. Speaking with Pat Kerr, we confirmed that most of this art was used in the earlier
There's Scyther as well.
not represent the final product. Only 2 maps, Tube 9 and Sewer 9, would have been included in the pseudo 3D versions. These were the backgrounds we chose to use in our mockups. As the first people outside of Japan to lead production on a Kirby game, the developers had a lot of responsibility. The staff consisted of about 5 programmers, 3 artists, and a single musician. After going through several changes, the game was nearly finished by early 1996. Unfortunately,
so we have done that mine.
prevented the game from hitting store shelves. Due to the nature of the controls, it would have been packaged with the SNES mouse. However, due to the SNES nearing the end of its life cycle, it was decided the game should be.
We have a lot of big
sales of the mouse meant it'd be too expensive to consider releasing.
Romans.
Earlier, it could have seen the light of day, but development went much slower than intended, repeatedly being delayed. Things like the basic collision system were far behind schedule, and with so many projects underway, DMA producers didn't have much time to consult. For many people, Kid Kirby was their first professional project. Some programmers and artists were right out of university and lacked the experience that could have pushed the game forward. Tony Colgan, essentially Kid Kirby's director, would be let go near the end of development. This meant it was up to Pat Kerr and programmer Stuart Hunt to complete any unfinished business. Still, nothing could be secured. After years of work, Nintendo eventually got tired of the lack of progress, as did their QA department, and decided to scrap the project entirely in 1996. Kid Kirby was no more. I think the game actually looked fairly nice in its way, but it was just a simple for the kids thing. Probably wasn't taken very seriously by the company, but I was too young and naive to understand that. Shortly after, Nintendo cut ties with DMA. Various complications with Body Harvest, the planned to be launch title for the N64, caused Nintendo to drop the project, leaving DMA to find a new publisher. With one project canceled and another not up to snuff,
Oh, I think that's new.
reason to pursue further projects.
Okay, that's another hollow.
There is a happy ending to
That
this
we did
story.
not have.
While some of the projects DMA was working on in the mid-90s went unreleased and others were flops, some did end up being surprise smash hits. Various
Another picture, huh?
Kirby team like Pat Kerr and composer Colin Anderson, among others, jumped ship to work on another project, a little game called Grand Theft Auto. Mike Daly and Russell Kay have even named Pat Kerr a crucial figure in GTA's success, attributing the game's appeal to his exceptional vehicle physics, which gave it the fun it was severely lacking. The original Grand Theft Auto would release on the PC in November of 1997. Its success was a shock to many employees who viewed it as a troubled project akin to Kid Kirby. It was the start of a new era for the company. Take-Two Interactive acquired DMG, the publisher of GTA and Body Harvest, in March.
They do acquire.
As a result, several Take-Two employees transitioned to a newly established subsidiary called Rockstar Games. While key personnel such as Jones, Daly, and Hammond departed, the DMA name endured. Under new management, they continued developing games, starting with GTA 3 in October 2001. Subsequently, in May 2002, the company underwent a name change to Rockstar North, a name that has remained unchanged to this day. It wouldn't be a stretch to say that Kid Kirby played a noteworthy part in Rockstar's history, as its cancellation opened the door for many of the original staff on Grand Theft Auto. DMA was going through a chaotic time in the 90s, and it was through this chaos that concepts like GTA could get off the ground. So next time you're playing GTA, running over civilians and gunning down officers, thank Kirby for making it possible. More specifically, thank Kid Kirby, cutest pink puffball dreamland never saw. As of the writing of this video, a playable copy has yet to be discovered. Of all of the people we reached out to for today's video, none managed to keep anything from their time at DMA, as they simply didn't have the means to save their work then. Mike Daly claims to have a demo stored in his archives, but he himself admits it has since vanished. The images from Daly's Flickr account, as well as the rough copies of Steve Hammond's manual, are currently all that survive. But who knows? Maybe one day a prototype will emerge from the archives of Rockstar North, or be found hidden away in a Nintendo employee's closet. Considering the high-profile stuff unearthed in the last few years, it's entirely plausible. Only time will tell.
Many lost video games have been documented in recent years. This kind of documentation is incredibly important for the preservation of video game history. But did all of these lost games actually exist? We've decided to delve into the history of 3 lost Nintendo games.
Dude, I'm probably gonna pack up on the card openers.
Game, or perhaps
I think how I'm gonna use the card opener machines is to get the
further ado, let's
the hollows that are kind of hard to get.
is F-Zero for virtual
The stubborn hollows.
It's called G0, and others
It's like any hollows that I've missed in previous collections, just like grab them, put them in the card pack machine.
Scene 64 and a couple of F-Zero wikis. Zero Racers was only shown to the public once, and that was at E3 1996, but we couldn't find any evidence that the game ever made an appearance. We watched old footage, read old magazines, and even spoke to some gaming journalists and one Nintendo staffer who were there, but absolutely no one saw it at E3 1996. So we reached out to Chris Radke, the guy who founded Planet
Well, we open new packs manually,
1999 and still
is how I'm gonna go about it.
He told us, in the early days of documenting the Virtual Boy, we believed that Zero Racers had been shown at E3 1996, and at one point that info was on Planet Virtual Boy. But nowadays we know that the game has never been shown at any trade show.
I'm gonna know them today. I'm gonna like do the answer thing. I'm gonna open the store.
There's a couple homebrew games listed on his site, LV and Elevated Speed, which are about as
I'm gonna open up at 9 p.m. at night, guys. Man, I'm stumbling on my words today. I'm sorry.
In 2 issues of Nintendo Power Magazine, the July 1996 issue with this tiny preview, and the August 1996 issue with this much larger preview taking up 2 full pages. With help from Art of Nintendo Power, we got clearer and higher resolution scans of these magazines than what was available anywhere on the internet, so you can actually read the tiny text for the first time. Those are the screenshots you'll be seeing throughout this video. We should note that a few other magazines from that time period also mention G0, but their information and screenshots were just lifted from Nintendo Power, so all screenshots were
so many people
directly from the original. The unfortunate truth is that no one's ever
didn't even get a mod for customers yet.
At least no one outside Nintendo.
I'm probably not going to.
Planet Virtual Boy, we got in touch with Jim.
So this isn't modded. I think this is like vanilla behavior. They just really like Pokemon cards.
After exchanging a few emails, we had an hour-long Zoom call so Jim could share his story. He told us, as an associate producer, I wrote screen text, manual, and package text, oversaw the debug.
I think the music at the same time might be too much. I don't know.
Worked with marketing and advertising, etc.
I don't know, but I kind of like it.
The North American launch of the game was my responsibility. G0, later known as Zero Racers, was on my list of projects. Zero Racers was done. We had a complete manual, package, and label done for the game. It went through watt check. It had an ESRB rating. It was complete. He also said the game's title was changed from G0 to Zero Racers late in development to avoid confusion with F-Zero. Zero Racers wasn't a subtitle. It was the game's full title, because it wasn't a direct sequel to the SNES original. It was actually a spin-off. Presumably the G in G0 and the Zero in Zero Racers are both references to gravity, since instead of cars, this game had spaceships, and all 15 tracks were made of tunnels where you can fly in all 4 directions. As far as how it sounded, Jim says, from what I can recall, it was like F-Zero in a tube. It wasn't bleep and bloopy, it was very tin and metallic-y. There wasn't background music from what I can remember. Nintendo Power's preview shows 4 ships, the Falcon, Stingray, Goose, and the Origami, but it never revealed who was inside. According to Jim, the 4 racers were Captain Falcon, Jody Summer, James McCloud, and an alien that he can't say with 100% certainty, but he's pretty sure was Pico, who piloted the Wild Goose in the original game. Jody Summer wasn't in the previous game, but eventually made her way into F-Zero X on N64. The same can be said for James McCloud, a human character clearly modeled after the father of Fox McCloud from Star Fox. Jim said he didn't have to localize much text for the game itself, as it was a pretty straightforward race.
So, boss.
Story text in the game manual, just like the SNES original. Jim also told us just
I think there's a trade guy that was there, but
this was back in the 90s, saying when they were testing,
I guess I missed them.
they had us go through this. Did you ever see the movie Clockwork Orange? The scene where the person's pinned down in the chair and they've got their eyelids open? That was kind of like what Virtual Boy testing was like. They would dilate our pupils, they would have us sit with our heads in this vice type thing, and they would shine light in our pupils. They would have these plastic rods, they would have them just barely touching our eyes, and they would say, okay, no matter what, don't blink for a minute. They put us under just the most bizarre tests, just to make sure, I guess, to make sure the thing was safe to use. They would blow air into our eyes, they would have us play a Virtual Boy test kit for 10 to 15 minutes, then we'd have to rest. Then they dial.
What am I listening to?
2 or 3 rounds of these just bizarre, inhumane torture tests just to make sure this thing wouldn't kill me or blind me or whatever. But, yeah, it was interesting. It was a pretty harrowing experience, but fortunately things turned out pretty well for Jim, since he got to voice the announcer in the series' next game, F-Zero X.
You got boost power! Yeah! Both wide on lap!
Zero Racers was completely finished, localized into English, had its packaging and manual, and was rated E for everyone by the ESRB, but Nintendo canceled it along with 2 other complete games at the very last minute, which Jim attributes to probably wanting to leave the Virtual Boy behind and focus gamers' attention
Oh, there's another
on the upcoming
trader
Nintendo 64.
where
Wasn't
I can give him a bonus.
GigaLeaks, but Jim's confident Nintendo still has it in a vault somewhere and could bring it back anytime. That's probably never
Wait,
gonna
what?
happen, but who knows? Maybe we'll see
Does that make them faster?
online someday. So with first-hand testimony from Nintendo's localizer and an official rating from the ESRB, we rate Zero Racers as 100% real.
Okay, now on to Metroid 64. Before we get to the modern day quotes, let's dig through some old magazines to see what the devs said back in the 90s. Tons of classic Nintendo series made their transition to 3D on the Nintendo 64.
Oh.
But that didn't necessarily have to be the path forward for Metroid. Miyamoto still had a lot of enthusiasm for 2D games
Wait, what
in the
is
early
this?
90s era, as well as excitement for what the Nintendo 64 could achieve in 2D.
Why does it say winner?
On the Super Nintendo. And he said as much over the course of several magazine interviews. He told GameFan magazine in August 2000, before, yes, the technology allowed us to only make 2D games, but now we have the option to make 3D games as well. It's not about a transition, but rather the expansion of the alternatives we now have.
I'm good if I wasn't like saving up money right now.
2D has died down at all.
That's a cyclic Tyranitar.
He told Nintendo Power in October 1996, the N64 is really an interesting and exciting machine. In some cases, 2D images created on the N64 may be more interesting than 3D graphics. We can create high quality and cool 2D graphics. As for N64 Magazine UK, he said, 3D graphics are fine, but polygons offer a kind of solid graphics. And if you like it, that's alright, but texture mapped graphics are always limited to set ways, and they will always look similar. However, when it comes to 2D graphics, there's a variety of ways in which you can paint the original pictures that are used in the game. You could use an airbrush, you could use a pencil, you could use chalk, or many other ways. You can paint the pictures in any way you like. And in Gamers Republic November 1999 issue, he stated, after working for years on developing games on N64, I don't think it's necessarily
Holy shit, man.
games all be in 3D. Nintendo didn't end up making many 2D games for N64, but Yoshi's Story is the best
That was
example
crazy.
that did get made. It was also the best-selling example, with Miyamoto describing it as 2.5D with a cardboard art style. As far as graphics and gameplay, Metroid 64 could have been a direct sequel to Super Metroid. A great template could have been Castlevania Symphony of the Night, which released 6 months after the Nintendo 64 hit
It's a
on the genre-defining term Metroidvania, even if it was meant to have a mocking connotation at the time. There were a lot of requests for Metroid 64 in the 90s, and Miyamoto said he was passing along fan letters to the guys in charge. He was also bringing it up in high-level meetings. Gamers Republic magazine asked Miyamoto, what remaining 16-bit sequels might we see on the Nintendo 64? Miyamoto laughed and said, well, Metroid. Although I'm not the Metroid producer, whenever I come across the opportunity in a company meeting, I try to suggest it. Miyamoto had a lot of sway, but unfortunately Metroid wasn't under his control. The series was under Nintendo R&D 1, who were too busy making Virtual Boy games like Mario's Tennis and Wario Land, as well as Game Boy games like Wario Land 2 and 3 and the Game & Watch Gallery games. In fact, that's pretty much the only games they were making for the 5 years after Super Metroid. And according to Miyamoto, that was keeping them too busy to make any N64 games. What he didn't mention was that the Metroid series' sales were declining with each new entry, which was presumably one of the reasons 8-bit Wario was taking priority over 64-bit Samus. Wario Land sequels weren't just quicker and easier to make, they sold better too. And despite its critical acclaim, Symphony of the Night's sales were pretty lackluster. People just weren't really buying 2D games at the dawn of the 3D era. So even if Miyamoto was still a believer in 2D, financially speaking, 3D might have been the only viable option for Metroid 64. And that brings us to something of a roadblock. Super Metroid's director Yoshio Sakamoto's problems with 3D. Looking back years later, he said, I was actually thinking about the possibility of making a Metroid game for the N64, but I felt I shouldn't be the one making the game. When I held the N64 controller in my hands, I just couldn't imagine how it could be used to move Samus around. So for me, it was just too early to personally make a 3D Metroid. Using the joystick, just like any other 3D game, seems like the obvious answer, but Sakamoto has some interesting hiccups when it comes to controllers. A decade later, he insists that Metroid Other M not use a Wii nunchuck, but instead only use the Wii remote held sideways, like an NES controller. In another interview, Sakamoto gave a few more reasons why he didn't make Metroid 64. That the story was already wrapped up at the end of Super Metroid. That it'd be difficult for his team at R&D 1, who made Game Boy games, to make an N64 title title, and that the console's graphical limitations would have made it difficult to achieve the realism the series was known for. Those are all pretty good reasons why R&D1 wasn't the right team for the job. But the most interesting part
It's $1
is when Sakamoto says Nintendo asked an outside studio to make Metroid 64 for them. Essentially, the same thing Nintendo did a few years later when they outsourced Metroid Prime to Retro Studios. Except in that case, Retro accepted the offer. But for Metroid 64, the offer was refused.
Oh my gosh, a lot of packs.
He said, Nintendo at that time approached another company and asked them if they would make an N64 version of Metroid, and their response was that no, they could not. They turned it down, saying that unfortunately, they didn't have the confidence to create an N64 Metroid game that could compare favorably with Super Metroid. That's
Okay, that was weird.
as a compliment to what we achieved with Super Metroid. To us, that sounds like it might have been a polite way of declining Nintendo's offer, and maybe there was a bit more to the story, which raises a couple of pretty big questions. Who did Nintendo ask to make Metroid 64, and what was the real reason they turned it down? Sakamoto purposely didn't say. He was asked to identify the studio, but he declined. Talking to folks in the industry, most rumors point to two Western studios, Rareware, the makers of Banjo-Kazooie and GoldenEye, and Rockstar, the makers of
You know what? You guys want to know something that's absolutely
to
cursed?
explore these rumors with mixed results. So let's get into it.
Putting your milk in the cereal bowl before your cereal.
Nowadays is the Ultra 64 Dream Team.
People
About a
actually
dozen
do that.
Western studios that Nintendo assembled to make exclusive third-party N64 games.
You got
Rareware
it.
was part of the Dream Team, and so was DMA Design, the studio who later became Rockstar. At the time, the company's founder, David Jones,
Unlock
they were,
basic
quote,
card bot.
effectively
Oh no,
a
it's gonna make me...
studio belonging to Nintendo, and Miyamoto himself was directly involved with the Dream Team's management, to the extent that one executive
make me
highlighted
buy
their
stuff.
relationship by saying,
it's finally
quote,
gone.
Mr. Miyamoto came to the first meeting in San Diego. We had the honor that this mother effer came to us. We spent a few months tracking down some lower-level guys from different corners of Rockstar, and most of them said they would have loved to work on Metroid, but no, they didn't hear about an offer from Nintendo. So we talked to a couple Rockstar producers. One of them said he had heard the rumors back then, but as far as he knew, they were just rumors. We even spent an hour on the phone with Jamie King, one of the 5 guys who founded Rockstar Games back in 1998. He was more than just a founder, though. He worked on countless titles, including the GTA series.
Hey, Shuffle, what up? I finally get like another
Jamie was very friendly and forthcoming. He'd heard the rumors.
thing going.
Again, just rumors. You can't go much higher than founders and producers. We can't rule out Rockstar with 100% certainty, but we're pretty confident they weren't.
Okay, do we have anything that's not priced yet?
So what about Rare?
Yes.
They were Nintendo's golden boy back in the 90s, and Miyamoto especially was a big fan. When he was asked what developers outside Nintendo he most admired, he didn't even have to think about it. Rare, he said. Rare makes very good games, but otherwise there are not many unusual or unique games out there at the moment, and that's what we should all be doing. Miyamoto expounded on that in other interviews, saying, quote, Rare's
So man, we're
games are
closed. There's too
similar
many
to
people
Nintendo's,
coming out
but
there.
the quality is extremely high. Rare has been able to make Nintendo 64 games which are even better.
You guys are killing me.
Rare has done a lot for the gaming industry. All of Rare's games are 3D, but they all have very different gameplay. They are encouraging us to create a different genre of games that departs from 3D adventure gaming. Miyamoto was even in one of Rare's games, Perfect Dark. So we started looking into Rare. Just like Rockstar, the lower level staff didn't know much about it, but one guy we spoke to was Martin Wakely, the head of Rare's design team back in the 90s. He told us, I do have a vague recollection of talking about it in the old boardroom. I would have been making the decisions from the dev team perspective, and if it was offered to us, I probably would have said yes. I think the most likely thing that happened was Nintendo may have approached Rare about it, but it was at a time when Rare were keen to establish their own IP, and as a result get a higher cut of royalties, and it probably got rejected for that reason alone. I would have been the only person from the team involved in any discussions. Above me,
We gotta make another...
management, Simon Farmer, or Rare's founders, the Stamper brothers, who would have spoken to Nintendo. So, money. That sounded like a more
Actually, you know
realistic
what?
reason an outside
Let's
studio
go ahead and...
based on Nintendo's offer. It took another year to get a hold of Simon Farmer. He's a
Okay.
very private person, and from what we've gathered, he's retired on a beach somewhere. We thought we were getting close to solving the mystery, but unfortunately he told us, there's no Metroid dirt, so you're barking up the wrong tree. Have a mojito for me. We're friendly with former Rare producer Kevin Bayless, and he backed up Simon's comments, saying, yeah, just a rumor. I used to spend a lot of time with Simon, so it sounded odd. If he'd had known, I'd have known. That means if it was rare, the only people who knew were the Stamper brothers, but they're infamous for almost never granting interviews, and unfortunately we couldn't get them. For good measure, we also talked to some guys from Retro Studios, including Metroid Prime's original director, John Whitmore. He said Retro wasn't offered Metroid 64 and didn't think Rare did any work on it either.
I think if Rare had done it,
Oh, wait, I can. Oh, no,
Also
it's
got
level 16.
Perrin Kaplan, a former Nintendo of America.
Where is.
In a
There it is.
1997 magazine, she said she'd heard Metroid 64 was in development, but when we talked to her, she couldn't remember what she'd heard all those years ago, and neither could her business partner. We also spoke to a few other studios, but it was all wild.
Oh, listen.
So unfortunately, after 2
Listen, man, I don't think.
couldn't get a definitive answer on who.
I don't think anyone's gonna come. Like, we're closed. We're closed, man.
Plug Game Boys into a Nintendo 64 DD and use them as controllers with screens. For those unaware, the 64 DD was a disk drive add-on for the Nintendo 64, with internet functionality for downloads and online play, an internal clock so games could track the time and date, and rewritable storage for saving massive amounts of data. All these features combined were meant to expand what a video game could be. The DD had dozens of games in development, but after 2 years of repeated delays, the add-on ended in failure and only sold 15,000 units, with all but 9 of its games ultimately cancelled.
Let's go ahead and move on to the next day, actually.
Controllers was DT Bloodmasters. The game was half funded by Nintendo and even had the
I
so-called
want to get to level 16.
Masanobu Endo in the director's chair. Never heard of him? Endo created the arcade game Xevious.
We're open. I just want to get my employee over here.
Creator Satoshi Tajiri, who later in life...
Isn't it you, dude? Go, man, the counter. Primary task. Go, 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 go.
Him in charge of DT Bloodmasters was destined to be something special. DT was
You better not man my counter, 'cause this is my counter right here.
RPG.
You man the other counter.
If you've ever played Pokemon the card game on Game Boy, it would have been kind of like that, but with a very different...
This is my counter.
As far as the feel, it's a mix of playing cards in
There
the
we go.
neighborhood and world domination set in the near future. There's a secret organization controlling the world economy on one hand, but ordinary people appear too. It has a fully realized story with RPG progression.
I know, I should probably get some more boxes.
And you design decks to battle with, but there's also simulation elements. DT Bloodmasters also stood out in execution, playable on both the 64 DD and Game Boy. There were actually 2 games in development, one for each system, that you could link together to unlock more features.
Do we need any green boxes?
Use your Game Boy as a controller.
Dude, the boxes sell out
Example,
so
it's
fast.
multiplayer, so no one else can see the cards in your hand. Up to 4 friends could play together, provided
Go and order them.
Game Boys. You could also
People
download
love
released
boxes.
content off the internet and trade cards with people online. Endo was so into what he was making that he was already talking about sequels on DD and Game Boy. But
Wait, why are they all going to that counter, not my counter?
Masters was canceled.
It's because I'm not there?
As to disappointed fans. Their hand was forced because they had just found out the 64 DD's online service RANnet was getting
Oh.
down. Endo publicly considered releasing Bloodmasters free to all RANnet users, which implies it was pretty much finished, but in the end decided not to. Instead, he just released
Do I have to be, like, standing here?
Game Boy DT as a standalone product. It launched a half year later as DT Lord
Yeah.
of Gnomes. Pokemon
You buying, man?
has got to
You buying?
but DT's
Hey, get outta here.
was children should not buy this. It was pretty story heavy and similar to Magic the Gathering in terms of gameplay. It spawned a few sequels on mobile, but unfortunately the series always stayed exclusive.
I should hopefully get a lot less customers, but I guess we'll find out, huh?
Or DD version were ever made public. Nintendo eventually canceled and never released the Game Boy to N64 transfer cable, but they later recycled the idea by letting fans plug Game Boy Advances into their GameCubes. When the Nintendo 64 came out, Miyamoto said it wasn't a complete machine on its own, that its true form...
Bro, I'm not going over to see what you have to trade, bro.
Unfortunately, we never got a taste of that full experience. According to the 64 DD page on Wikipedia,
Holy shit,
61
man.
games were announced for the disc drive. but
Dude, even with 2 of them, I'm still just
some were
stuck here.
demonstrated and released on a standard N64 cartridge. A few were up.
There's too many customers.
Others jumped ship to competing consoles, and a good chunk were canceled entirely, sometimes when they were almost finished. We spent hundreds of hours researching primary sources in Japanese and found about 10 more games that Wikipedia left off. And also quite
Oh
a
my
few
God.
lists that are actually, well, fake. In an attempt to
It's just endless. I can't even,
we're gonna cover
like, open up cards.
everything, real or not. Most of them we scrounged up new info for, but since there are so many, we'll sum up each one in a couple of minutes. Though the more important games,
Oh,
your Marios, your Zeldas, Pokemon, we'll get
oh
to
my
all
God,
of them
man.
soon enough. But first, let's do a less famous one that might have topped them all.
My flesh and
clothe yourself with my fur. You must return to the human world and tell them what you...
What am I listening to?
Jungle Emperor Leo was once touted as the biggest Nintendo game of all time. Shigeru Miyamoto's attempt to bring his childhood to life and share it with younger generations with hopes for a sequel already in mind. Information online is pretty scarce, and some of it's wrong, so we went looking for more in old Japanese magazines. But before we dig into the games, first we need to touch on the history. Osamu Tezuka is probably the most famous mangaka in all.
Let me see. When's the next worker that I can play for this
The early 50s,
fucking shit,
series
dude?
called Jungle Emperor, about lions living in Africa as mankind encroaches on their kingdom. In the 60s,
20?
Jungle Emperor was adapted into an anime and continued to get more adaptations.
I have to pay
all
bills.
stories. In the West, the franchise was renamed to Kimba the White Lion. You might remember seeing
Pay them all, it's
when you were
fine.
a kid.
Okay.
If not, you must have at least heard of The Lion King. Released in 1994, The Lion King drew protests in Japan.
Round these out.
Characters and plot plagiarized Jungle Emperor. Over 400 Japanese artists and animators signed a petition pressuring Disney to give proper credit to Tezuka. Disney denied all claims, but even the actor who voiced Simba initially thought he was in a movie about Kimba.
You must avenge my death, Kimba. I mean, Simba.
All that's to say, Jungle Emperor is a big deal, especially in Japan. Osamu Tezuka died in '89, at which point his son Makoto took over the family business. Makoto was making a new Jungle Emperor movie, and at the same time working with Miyamoto on a video game adaptation that'd be a fresh take on the original tale. Tezuka Productions was creating the game's characters, art direction, music, and sound effects, with Nintendo in charge of everything else, like gameplay and level design. For this project, Miyamoto told the press, I felt it was important.
What do you mean, what is steal?
Artist Mr. Tezuka was the director, while
What was a steal?
I embarked on this project to take
Excuse
others
me?
that we were all raised on and share it with the younger generation.
What do you mean, what is steal?
Space World 97 with a release date of spring 98. An extremely early gameplay was shown off the next Space World. In Japanese magazines, Tezuka said he was aiming to make a grand adventure that outshined Mario 64 and really tug at the player's heartstrings. Leo would use his intelligence and strength to fight off enemies and preserve peace in
It reminds me of those
settings,
videos that moves for people who are buying stuff that is like super cheap for some reason.
but they decided to push back the release date another half year. Total
They're trying to get stopped by the employees, but they can't stop them.
half finished. There's some confusion online if the game was for the Nintendo 64 or the 64 disk drive. Some sites say they don't know, and Wikipedia says different systems on different pages. But according to Miyamoto, it was on a 16 megabyte cartridge, and if things went well, he wanted to make a sequel for the DD. But neither game ended up
Oh
being
my god, I could finally like walk around and do something.
progress. I grew up reading his father's comics, and they had an incredible
Dump some bucks.
Because of this, I decided to work with Makoto. But later, he decided to give priority to his Jungle Emperor Leo movie project. So we had to bring the game development to a halt. I'm very sad too. I feel sorry for Nintendo fans who are looking forward to this game. Makoto ended up releasing the film in theaters in 1997. A dual launch of the movie and the game together could have been explosive, and a disc drive sequel might have given way to a full-blown series. But sadly, now the best we can hope for is a ROM of those first few levels leaving online someday. Now a best-selling franchise, the original Animal Crossing would have never existed if it wasn't for the disc drive. It was born from the idea of the 64 EP, co-creator Yuji said in an interview. From there we came up with the concept of a game where you hang out and do stuff with a bunch of people in a single field. We all had little ideas of games we wanted to make, and Animal Crossing became all those ideas piled together. The other co-creator, Nogami, chimed in to agree. Basically, we all just wanted to make something for the 64 disk drive. They were going to
I have to like be standing here, that's right.
like the internal clock and master.
Oh, we don't really have a lot of customers.
Died, they had to downgrade the cartridge. Some ideas got lost,
Of course.
like RPG-style dungeons, 4 islands based on seasons, and online.
Whoa!
The internal clock was so
We finally get that jolty on.
holidays, seasons, and day-night.
The art is completely
Decided to
different.
install battery-powered clocks in every cartridge. Players were also required to use controller packs to increase writable storage. Otherwise, the game could pay for all the changes you made to it.
Yeah, that's new.
Thanks to all the workarounds, they were still able to salvage a game on it. They finally released their social simulator in 2001. It was the last N64 game Nintendo ever published. 8 months later, it was re-released on GameCube with some additional content and features that got left out of the cartridge version. Then that version got heavily reworked for the American market, with new items, content, and holidays that make sense to Westerners. The Western localization was so different and high quality, Nintendo translated it back and released it in Japan again. In other words, Animal Crossing ended up as one of the weirdest, latest N64 games with 3 unique versions in Japan alone, thanks in no small part to the death of the 64 DD. Then again, the DD was the only reason Animal Crossing was dreamed up in the first place. It was inspired by the technology itself. At this point, you might be wondering, why was Nintendo transitioning to floppies when CD-ROMs stored 10 times more data? Nintendo was fighting a losing battle, but cartridges and floppies still had their advantages. Carts had basically no load times, and enough writable storage to save your in-game progress, but they were expensive to make, and at launch only held 8 megabytes. CDs, on the other hand, were cheap to produce and held over 600 megabytes. But they also had long load times, and no rewritable storage. That's why PS1 games needed memory cards. Some games were a better fit for cartridges, and others for CDs. Final Fantasy couldn't fit on a cart, but if you put something like Zelda on a CD, the load times would make it virtually unplayable as it searched for specific bits of data. 64DD floppy disks were sorta a middle ground. They were 64 megabytes, fairly cheap to produce, with only minimal load times. But there was one thing that made floppy special: mass amounts of rewritable storage. Up to 38 of its 64 megabytes could be used for saving data, equal to 300 PlayStation memory cards.
You know, I think I'm gonna keep the
Kinds of games can be made,
names of these streams consistent.
offering experiences impossible on CD or cartridge, like Zelda 64, Mother 3, and Cabbage. You know what? Let's talk about Cabbage right now, actually. One of the most promising 64DD projects, which would have been revolutionary if it ever came out, was a game called Cabbage, a virtual pet simulator taking full advantage of the disk drive's capabilities. Created by an all-star team.
Yeah, it's like something like that.
Toy, creator and director of the Mother series, Tsunekazu Ishihara, founder and president of the Pokemon.
Number 2,
Wada, the genius programmer.
Burger King full.
West, and later became president of all Nintendo, and Shigeru Miyamoto, who needs no introduction. Unfortunately, no images or footage were ever released from its years-long development, because they wanted to wait until launch was imminent to make a big splash with the character reveals. The core ideas and mechanics were explained in various magazines and web interviews, so that's what we'll be digging into in the next few minutes. According to Toy, in a word, it's a breeding game. A game where you can play with your friends. We're flying this game under the radar of Yamauchi, the Nintendo president. That's what's fun about it. There'd be more than one creature. According to Iwata, you'd be breeding 10 different kinds of creatures. And they weren't literal cabbages, by the way. That was just a word Toy blurted out and everyone seemed to like. Cabbage is just the name for a little creature, Miyamoto explained. You can buy it things, give it food, and raise it. The game uses the 64DD's internal clock, meaning the creature can evolve and change even if you're not playing. You can go out for a few hours and find your creature has totally changed when you get back. But it's inevitable players will have to leave their house. To stop Cabbage from being neglected, a Game Boy cartridge can be used as a basket. You can put Cabbage in his basket and take it with you, using the Game Boy to cater to his every.
After this box, we're gonna buy
The Game Boy screen will look different than the 64DD.
the next license.
You can release him back into the virtual world on your TV. Well, the 64DD will be the base for playing.
And get into the new cards.
Specific stages onto a Game Boy cartridge so they can take it with them on the train toward their school. We've been showing Pikachu because it's good illustrative B-roll, but they said the concept was more like Tamagotchi, the Japanese digital pets that took over the world around the same time as Pokemon, selling over 40 million units from 1996 to 98. But Cabbage actually started development 4 years before Tamagotchi as a Game Boy game, and it was going to be a lot more ambitious than Tamagotchi. The Dream Team had big plans, like releasing more discs over time that provide your Cabbage with new equipment. Swings, slides, ponds, all kinds of
$10, $10, $10, $10, and 20.
They were going to set up kiosks at
So making sure they're all good.
insert discs to download content and events. You could also
Hey man, give bonus.
cheap microtransactions and trade Cabbage toys back and forth with your friends. The 64DD's internal clock was so integral. The entire reason the DD even had a clock is because Iwata asked Nintendo to make it a hardware feature specifically for Cabbage. If not for that, there would have never been an Animal Crossing. Iwata was also cooking up systems that would let Cabbage simulate the thoughts and genes of human beings, but the creatures evolved in ways that the creators couldn't anticipate. Talking about how DD hardware works, he said, there can be slightly different content on each disc, even for the same game. The ID numbers written onto the disc based on the exact second of the manufacturing, and the software can change the algorithm content of the game based on that ID number. In other words, there's a possibility of playing one-of-a-kind, self-reproducing software without knowing what will happen next. We're going to use sophisticated programs that mimic the genetics of living things to create characters that develop in an
Another Scyther.
just like real creatures. The patterns are infinite. We can finally see it all coming together, as Toy proclaimed in 1997. Now that Iwata from Hell Labs has joined us,
Okay, I'm probably done with this collection.
making those tools is the most laborious part. So it looks like that part's finishing up. And It's all moving forward. But by 2000, Cabbage had...
We got most of the hollows. We're missing 3, but I can just get them at card machines to deal with the rest of them.
Gotten too busy. Ishihara with Pokemon and a toy with Mother 3, which, as you'll hear about later, never got...
So for now...
It's not the original version. Miyamoto thought maybe they could eventually
What's in this?
together and finish Cabbage for GameCube, but that's...
This box.
Years later, he repurposed some of Cabbage's ideas to make Nintendo.
What's actually inside of this?
The Nintendo DS's second best-selling game of all time. Now, if you're still having trouble imagining what Cabbage would have been like to play...
Are you joking? It should have space. It says 4, but it has 3. That's not making any sense.
Out of the dozens of DD games in development, only 9 ended up releasing. 4 of them were Mario Artist games. Mario Artist Paint Studio was a launch title, and essentially served as a sequel to Mario Paint Nintendo. It also came with some preloaded 3D environments you could explore, edit, and take pictures in, which seemed out of place in a paint game, right? The reason it's there is because Paint Studio started development as a sort of god...
Let's go ahead and buy the next...
Nintendo Japan and Nintendo
ones.
fought over its direction, with Japan emerging victorious.
Also a booster pack.
Mario Paint. The Pokemon Snap Exploration mode was left over as the bones of creators' rotting carcass. But anyway, a couple months after Paint Studio, Mario Artist Talent Studio came out, which was all about making your own characters and
Go and start opening these up.
Mario Artist Communication Kit, which served as a bank to deposit stuff you made in the other entries and share your creations online. And finally, the last game ever released for 64 DD, Mario Artist Polygon Studio was a 3D graphics editor that let you make your own polygonal objects. All 4 games worked together, but there was also a 5th entry that never came out, Mario Artist Soundmaker, which is exactly what it sounds like on the tin. It's a sound maker. We did a dedicated...
Alright, let's see what these cards look like.
If you're interested, it's got more details on that series. And although they weren't Mario themed, there were a few more Maker games that got canceled before so much as a screenshot could be made public. DD Sequencer for composing...
Side Corsi. Yeah, these are all new.
Video. Game Maker for making your own games. Graphical...
Articuno. Oh, Zapdos Articuno.
That one probably didn't need to exist anyway.
Ultras are in this one.
Copies were the perfect medium for these kind of games, thanks to their 38 megabytes of rewritable storage. Official PS1 memory cards only held 1/8 of a megabyte, meaning DD games could save 300 times more data than PlayStation.
Lapras.
You can save a whole lot of creations on one disc. These kind of games were part of Nintendo's strategy for rethinking what video games could be. Most other games are like little box gardens, which Miyamoto likened to Disneyland, full of rides and amusements the developers cooked up to entertain you. But Miyamoto said these maker games were like dropping you in a field with nothing but a stick to play with, and you have to make your own.
Should be getting a hollow.
Wait, that sounds kind of boring as hell, doesn't it?
At least once.
One bought the DD. He really
Ooh, wow, that's a really cool looking Dragonite. Wow.
Drop you in a field and give you the tools to make your own.
Look at that Dragonite.
In Disneyland. But even still, that sort of thinking only appeals to a niche audience. That said, Mario Artist is a prime example for another more interesting strategy for rethinking the games industry. What Nintendo called the product concept. Games that could be played on their own, but enhanced when combined with more games. You can play Paint Studio by itself, but you can do more if you have the other.
Hypno, okay. That's a new one.
It was at the core of the second product group.
I'm guessing hollow.
Of course, but Miyamoto also wanted to expand it with a crazy taxi style of game where you drive around.
So we probably have to go with what they said.
As fast as possible. Or another way,
Muscle.
a radio traffic report so you can plan out the ideal street route to outrun cops chasing you. DD
You know, I like how this Dragonite, they probably have a hollow.
Games and expansions were much more
More than likely.
possible on cartridges. Miyamoto said these sorts of budget titles might sell for as little as $5. Different product groups could overlap as well, like letting you turn your drawings into SimCity citizens.
We're gonna start the next day.
Correct ideas fizzled out when the DD failed to find an audience. While Mario and Zelda were transitioning to 3D, Yoshi remained as one of the few holdouts clinging to 2 dimensions. His 97 called
need more
Yoshi's Island
Pokemon boxes.
continuation of the best-selling SNES title, but eventually got rebranded as Yoshi's Story. It's on Wikipedia.
That sounds familiar, doesn't it?
For DD games, with their only source being IGN's response to a reader's email, where IGN claims unnamed Nintendo of America representatives told them in private it'd be on disc. But Nintendo Japan always said Yoshi was a cartridge game before IGN's mailbag and after. They even said it was before N64 at Space World 96, literally the same event that Nintendo of America told IGN it was a disc game. Every Japanese magazine review listed it as an N64 title as well, going back to the very beginning. We're not saying
Man, I'm only gonna be able to buy.
Nintendo of America did say that, but if so, it appears they were misinformed.
One Pokemon card machine for now.
Nintendo's other premier 2.5D title, Kirby 64, is a similar story. It's on Wikipedia's list too.
Small card display.
We went through tons of Japanese magazines, and again, Kirby was always said to be for the internet.
All black shelf.
For the internet. At the very start of development, Miyamoto said it was
Wow.
for. IGN asked, "Do you mean 64DD?" And Miyamoto says no, they're making it as a cartridge.
Wow.
It's transferable in either format. But that could be said for pretty much any N64 game. It could all be transferred to disc. So it doesn't seem like Kirby was ever meant for DD either.
Volume 32.
Discussions at Nintendo like
Sort of 6 types.
launch in 97 and sell
32.
and by the time Yoshi and Kirby
144.
but we can't find
It is literally not worth getting anything else.
considered or made to use the disk drive's capabilities. We can only find evidence of the contrary. So we don't think Yoshi and Kirby really belong on a list of canceled discs.
Holy shit.
Okay, at this point we need to digress. We've been giving Wikipedia a hard time. We don't want you to get it wrong.
40 card table.
And making this video without the games list as a springboard would have been even more laborious. Wikipedia gets it right most of the time, but this
I want to buy that so badly.
the only reason we keep bringing it up is because your average gamer who's curious about 64DD games will probably Google and end up on this Wikipedia page and take it at face value. Or the 64DD wiki list, which is mostly the same as Wikipedia's, but with
Holy shit,
so
dude.
it's appropriate to
There's just no way.
wrong and add new information wherever you're able to find it. And hey, we make mistakes too. By the time you're seeing this, there's probably already comments rightfully pointing out errors in this video, or some context that we should have included.
Alright, I'll go help you out, man. Holy shit. This is mine, by the way. This is not. You don't get to do this one. Go to the other one.
Contributors do it for free. We spent hundreds of hours on this video and had it
Pretty good.
reviewed by 64DD
Did I just-
experts like Luigi Blood and series superfans like Cody Nicolo. But we don't have every Japanese magazine, and we don't know everything. After this video has been seen by
You've gotta be
people, it's inevitable some
actually
know more
joking.
than us about certain subjects. Some of you all might have even worked on some of these canceled games. So please feel free to point out errors in the comments, or if your information's of a more sensitive, always contact us privately through Twitter. In summary, Wikipedia is a great, accessible resource, but it's
Shit.
there's always more information than what's on Wiki, and no one can be right 100% of the time. That applies to Wikipedia, IGN, and us too. Okay,
Okay, let me try terminating. Oh, then he goes through the. Are you serious?
64DD version of
Wait, it takes $1,000 just to hire them?
96 and shown off in lots of magazines, but never came
Oh
out.
my
And
god.
fans alike were left speculating about what exactly the game was. An expansion for the original? Maybe an enhanced remaster? Almost 2 decades of theories were finally put to rest in 2014 when a French N64
You
collector
gotta be joking.
30 found out a long-lost copy was sitting in a second-hand shop in Japan. Got over
Where's the guy at?
the shop seemingly had no idea the kind of treasure they had, so in the list of behind auctions, Jimmy bought it. It's primarily the same as the cartridge release, though it's got a few slight differences. You might have noticed the first one already, the music. Here's a couple comparisons.
Bro, this cannot be happening. Okay, it's you. Down the counter. Yes. Dude, why is this music playing? Oh. Oh, it's music. Yeah, that makes sense, actually. It's car music.
Due to the disc format, there's occasional brief...
For like the most part, anyway.
And also some random photos in the internal data, presumably
Oh, jeez.
testing, like selfies of Atsushi Watanabe.
Oh, jeez, man.
Those integrated research and development division. But there's no extra levels or enhanced graphics, nothing like that.
Something is not...
The same as the original, just recompiled with a different sound engine. It's not like Nintendo went through the trouble of recomposing it. So, disappointingly, it looks like it was just a tech demo all along, never meant to become an actual product, and thus, not technically a canceled game. Folks thought it was for decades, though, and some old
There's no
rumors are still up
dupes.
on the internet, so we thought we'd include it on our list. And heck, it's just an interesting piece of 64 history.
You know, your secondary task
Dumped, so nowadays anyone
is,
can
man the counter.
and play it for themselves. That's Super Mario 128, not Super Mario 64 2. They were two different projects, though they sometimes get conflated. 128 was a GameCube tech demo shown off in 2000 that eventually kinda turned into Mario Galaxy and Pikmin. Mario 64 2 was for 64DD, so that's the one we're gonna dig into. It was the last game Miyamoto ever directed, or at least it would have been, if he ever finished it. As soon as he completed the first game,
Right, we don't have enough money because it costs $1,000 just to...
we've decided to continue working toward a sequel, which will take about a year and a half at least. Later adding, the first game is only using about 60% of the N64's hardware power. There's really so much more we could do, so we decided to save those ideas for next time. Luigi was famously cut from Mario 64, and bringing him back was a core component of the sequel. But not for multiplayer, it'd be more like Resident Evil 0 or Pikmin 2, where you control both or switch between Mario and Luigi for puzzle solving and and other utilities left up to our imaginations. Yoshi also got cut from the original, except for a post-game cameo, and Japanese magazines reported he'd be returning in a more prominent role, though Miyamoto never confirmed that detail. I'm changing the gameplay system, adding more enemies and retooling the display and graphics, months later. Last time I only designed for a cartridge, but next time we'll take advantage of the potential of the 64DD. I plan to utilize the 64DD's read and write functions to create a new type of game. After a couple of years, he said the game was half finished, and he had a prototype with Mario and Luigi running around on his desk. But he didn't have time to focus on it because he was too busy with Zelda 64. Miyamoto promised that once Zelda was done, he'd refocus on his favorite plumber. But he was overseeing about 10 games at once as producer and supervisor, and having a hard time being everywhere at once. Yoshi's Story got delayed, so he moved developers over there to finish it up quicker, but that caused Zelda to get delayed, and then in turn, got Mario delayed. Meanwhile, he was also producing Star Fox, Mario Kart,
A little bit too much there.
Pokemon Snap, F-Zero, Mario RPG 2, Smash Bros, and more. Nintendo had laid too much on his lap, more than one man could handle. But still, development continued, with him later saying his team was also experimenting with 4-player split screen, and insiders telling press the other two characters were Peach and Toad. It's a long, complicated mess of a story. We just gave you the cliff notes, but if you want the longer version, we did a dedicated video on Mario 128 and 64-2 a few years ago. To wrap up this summary, though, Miyamoto's Tower of Cards eventually collapsed, resulting in 64-2 quietly getting cancelled, along with a lot of other games you're hearing about.
That's
Miyamoto stayed on as series producer, but gave the director's chair to Yoshiaki Koizumi, who went on to
buy this opener.
Tech Demo, Sunshine, Galaxy, and is still directing 3D Mario to this day. No footage or screenshots were ever made public of 64-2.
Definitely opens card packs. Is it like over time?
It remains probably the holiest of 64DD holy grails. We debunked Yoshi's Story.
How does this actually work?
Game earlier, but while we were reading up on Mario 64-2, we stumbled
Insert
upon an
card
interesting
packs.
tease from Miyamoto. Talking 1 year after Yoshi's Story was already out, he says they're now experimenting with a DD Yoshi game. Which reviewers interpret to mean Yoshi's Story 2 is in the works, although it also could have been a disc expansion for the original. But the way things turned out, Yoshi didn't get another game until 2004 on the Game Boy Advance. I don't know if it's accurate to call these Yoshi 64DD experiments a canceled
64.
game, but still,
It doesn't even hold an entire
not only
box.
had Mario 2, but Yoshi 2 as well. If it did come out, it might have been the only 2D platformer in the add-on's entire library. Metal Slayer Glory 2 isn't on any disk drive game lists, but it should be. This one's not appealing in the sense you'd necessarily want to play it, but because it's bizarre and of extreme.
Okay, so is this how I do it?
You'll see what we mean, but before we get to the DD, you'll need some background on the first game. In 1987, HAL Laboratory
4 hours?
was putting together a presentation at his desk when Satoru walked by and was like, "Wow, I've never seen."
So I definitely want to get like a lot of these.
You don't even need to make a presentation. I hereby approve your game. In fact, I'm going to help you make it. Iwata served as both programmer and producer until the game was finally completed 4 years later.
It's interesting.
For being one of the most expensive Famicom games of its time, Iwata recalled with a laugh. It's actually
Get a bunch of these, stock them up with like cards.
But from a management
dupes.
perspective, it was a mistake. At 8 megabytes, the cartridge was insanely huge for a Famicom game. That's the same size as Mario 64 a couple console generations later. Unfortunately, HAL went bankrupt trying to promote it. Nintendo said they'd bail them out, but only if Iwata was promoted to become HAL's new president. HAL accepted. A decade later, Iwata became president himself. All Nintendo history in the years since.
We've wasted like so much money today by
If it
accident.
wasn't for Metal Slayer Glory. As for the game itself, it's a text-based adventure set in 2062, not long after a great war between space colonies.
What the hell is that? Is that like a special ditto? Is that a hollow ditto?
Which houses a secret message.
I think I almost just said hollow ditty by accident.
Out the space colony
Oh god.
was a cover-up, and the real war was between colonists and aliens. Not only that, but the aliens are capable of disguising themselves as humans and have infiltrated our government.
Oh, we got the hollow Articuno.
Translation came out in 2018 if you want to experience it yourself.
Okay,
Yoshiharu
cool.
wanted to make a sequel for 64DD and actually wrote a book about it in 2013 called The Truth Behind the Phantom Game Project. It took a while to get a copy and have it translated, but it was worth the trouble. Honestly, we wish every scrapped project got a book like this. It says in 1997, Yoshiharu pitched a prequel starring Yayoi Kisaragi, who played a bit part as a waitress and secret soldier in the first game. This prequel takes place 1 year earlier and also features her 4 sisters, all between the ages 12 and 19, each with lengthy bios detailing their unique personalities. It's a girls' game, Yoshiharu writes. The title would have been The 5 Kisaragi Sisters. spread out over 5 discs, with each sub-story being about 3 hours long and centered around a different sister. They'd release a few months apart and use the 64DD to its fullest potential. Rewritable storage, voice acting, and using all that disk space for several novels worth of dialogue. Every disc could be played on its own, but your save data carried over if you played them all, with incentives to replay again and again. But the further you get into Yoshimuro's book, the more you realize it's not exactly for girls. It's actually what the Japanese call a gals game. If you're not familiar, that means it's a game starring attractive young girls with teenage boys as its target audience. For example, Mitsuke, the 17-year-old. She does have a distinct backstory and personality, but the first sentence of her bio says she's a big-breasted girl with a 96 bra size. Double exclamation marks. It did have a flirty male lead and occasionally panty shots and stuff like that, but it was all in service to a sci-fi narrative. I'd like to think the 64DD prequel would have had a riveting story.
What else do we need?
Get into any
Oh my gosh, we need like...
It's only interested in telling us about the girls, and saying again and again, making it very clear that this is a gals game. We found Yoshimuro on Twitter and asked, so what is the story? He said it's set in a Yokohama school where you build relationships with the 5 sisters. We inquired further.
Ah, man, I'm like losing money.
His answer? There was nothing sci-fi about it. Then he made an
I'm losing money.
pitch to follow up the most advanced game ever released for Famicom. So anyways, about that pitch, Yoshimuro took everything you'd just seen and showed it to Nintendo, who said, actually the 64DD is getting delayed and things are kinda uncertain right now. So we're sorry to say, maybe this isn't the best time to begin development. In his book, Yoshimuro admits, in hindsight, the gals angle might have been a problem too. Hell told him that since the prequel wasn't going to happen, they'd let him port the first game to Super Famicom instead. Yoshimuro took that ball and ran with it, and with a small team, made more than a port. It was a full remake with better graphics and some R-rated dialogue cut from the original. Metal Slayer Glory, Director's Cut, came out in late 2000. It was the last game ever released for the Super Famicom. Yoshimuro has made other stuff in his career, but he considers Metal Slayer Glory his life's work. In the decades since, he's made more Slayer manga, books, a drama CD, toys, and never stopped dreaming about one more playable experience. Currently, he's hoping to make it a virtual reality game. After rare success with the Donkey Kong Country trilogy, they started making a new game for Super Nintendo codenamed Project Dream, also known as Dream Land of Giants. Led by Rare co-founder Tim Stamper, Dream was an action RPG starring a boy named Edson and his dog Dinger, who cross swords with pirates on the hunt for a magic potion that'll make their ships fly. Edson and his girlfriend have to flee the pirates' wrath, and that's how the story gets going, with fantastical elements like giants and dinosaurs thrown in for good measure. I started at Rare in October 1995, composer Grant Kirkhope recalled. I was shown Dream running on the SNES and was blown away. It looked beautiful and was obviously going to be a big step up from Donkey Kong Country. The console generation was coming to a close, so development moved to the 64DD. According to a couple devs we talked to, the DD was chosen over the standard N64 for its extra storage, rather than any DD.
We're opening these.
Dream dropped the fantasy feel in favor of a golden age of piracy theme, to avoid seeming childish. Over 100 tracks of music were made, some of which you're hearing now. After a while, Stamper felt the boy hero wasn't working in this more mature world and wanted him swapped out.
Okay.
So he replaced him with a rabbit, then a bear who up until that point had been a minor side character. Later, the Dream team saw an early build of Mario 64 and thought, this looks more fun than what we're doing, let's change Dream into a Mario-style platform.
Current page value, total value.
Yet, the bear protagonist was named Banjo.
I kinda wish it would just sort by...
a game called Banjo-Kazooie.
like, what the rarest ones,
The game
but...
actually spent longer in development as Dream than it did as Banjo.
That's really cool, though.
Tim Stamper occasionally teases pieces from his collection, and last year he posted this on Twitter.
So it's true then.
I want to get like a bunch of these and just start filling them up with cards, man.
It's mine, all mine.
That's Captain Blackeye, leader of the pirate antagonists. He later shows up in Banjo-Tooie, where he complains that a bear stole his glory, as a backhanded nod to Project Dream. Zoom in on Stamper's video and you can see the dev cart says latest version of Dream 64, dated November 96.
This probably has homos of every,
Fans begged him to release it to the public.
all the legendary birds.
So he just likes flaunting his treasures.
Oh, okay. That's a cool looking Hitmonlee, actually.
Wall Street was announced in '99 and designed around the DD's internet connection and displayed stock prices updating in real time. Though to be clear, it wasn't software for investing, just a simulation for entertainment. Now some of you all are probably thinking, hurry up and get to the games we actually care about, like Mario and Zelda. That's pretty much exactly what Japanese press said in '99, to which Nintendo president Yamaguchi's response was quote, "Wall Street is the 64DD's Mario and Zelda." He called it the disk drive's killer app. Virtually zero info was ever published in English. No one even knows who's making it. We managed to find out in some old Japanese magazines. Turns out it was Recruit Co., who was Nintendo's partner in Marigal and Randnet. In one interview we found, Randnet's president said, "When we give away the free demo, people are going to be surprised. Some people will probably get addicted to it. It's a completely new financial simulation game that's very different from menu-based games of the past. It's not just buying stocks and making
Gengar, that's a new one.
When I saw it, I was amazed at the graphics. It's going to be unlike anything you've ever seen before." He went on to say that after the Super Mario Club examined Wall Street, it was their most anticipated DD game. In another interview, Randnet said it was aimed at adults, but gameplay details were always kept secret. Were we going to be pumping, dumping, and bankrupting entire countries? Maybe exploring New York's financial district and completing missions? Unfortunately,
Let me progress this in the next now.
Wall Street.
And technically, this should like autocomplete overnight. Am I wrong about that? So it's like nighttime.
A few expansions so far, and we've got more coming up. So now's probably a good time to explain how.
Of course it doesn't. I mean, I guess it makes sense, but because you know it's a game. But
and you're off to the races.
Probably not like that for balancing.
You put the F-Zero.
Even though I've already broken this game with higher rates.
Insert the disc to add more features to the base game. In F-Zero's case, that meant a dozen more tracks, a car creator, track editor, and the ability to save 100 custom tracks to disk and combine them into custom cups. Oh, and new. Check it out. This one's a remix of Mario Kart Rainbow Road. Quite a few expansions were announced, but F-Zero is the only one that ever released. And as of the making of this video, only one
where am I?
One last thing about expansions. They require hooks in the cartridge they're expanding. Hooks are basically lines of code that say this cartridge will get an expansion. What's weird though is that Superman 64 and Automobili Lamborghini don't have any hooks, meaning it would have been impossible to give them expansions. Possibly sometime after announcing Superman and Lambo's expansion, but before the carts came out, Titus decided to quietly cancel their expansions, then deleted the hooks to save cartridge space. Probably not though, since hooks only take up a few dozen kilobytes, which is basically nothing. It's more likely that Titus didn't know how expansions worked and were too incompetent to know they needed hooks in the first place.
Okay.
Pokemon Stadium is a game that doesn't need to exist. Stadium's intro cutscene even calls itself POS version 1.0, and they ain't lying. We jest, but remember how upset fans got when Sword and Shield only had 400 Pokemon? Well, imagine a game with only 40 Pokemon. Stadium was originally announced as a launch title for the 64.
Ooh, nice.
In fact, previews show it fully playable in early '98. With a DD disc, 64 megabytes, you could fit tons of data. And originally,
how did it end up with? Oh man, whatever.
Your Game Boy.
So that one did not get rounded.
There's more than enough space to store them all.
Something didn't get rounded.
5 times actually, and they were worried the Pokemon fad wasn't going to last forever. So Stadium got downgraded to regular old N64 onto a cartridge with just 40 Pokemon and only capable of banking 120. Stadium was content poor, and beyond the
They're out of those boxes again, man? No way.
Didn't serve much purpose, which is why it never left.
Dude, people, oh my god.
Unbelievable! Some of y'all are probably thinking, I'm sure I played Stadium as a kid. What are you talking about? It never left Japan. Well, the game I played was actually Pokemon
crazy, man.
But outside Japan, it was just called Pokemon Stadium. You played the second game. It's what the original disc game should have been, with 151 Pokemon, storage for 240 mons, mini-games, and more. Stadium 2 was initially supposed to be a disc 2, actually. It was planned as an expansion, not a sequel. But by 1999, there was less and less reason for the N64 DD to even exist. When Nintendo first dreamed it up, the 64 format had a lot of promise, because early in the console generation,
it's complete.
Cartridge. Super Mario 64, for example, was only
$18.
Later, Pokemon Stadium was on a 16 megabyte cartridge. By the time Stadium 2,
I don't think we got the new. We did get a Charizard. Sick.
All the way up to 64 megabytes. So as the add-on kept getting delayed further into the future, it became
this one. Yeah, we don't have most of those,
all
but
251 Pokemon. The next stage
base set.
Of only 3 games ever released.
We don't have all the cards yet. We're still missing a holo.
Gold and silver in Japan, but overseas they called it Pokemon Stadium 2, even though Pokemon Stadium 1 is really Stadium 2.
Pokestock.
Stadium 2's code supports a DD expansion of its own.
Another one of these.
Stadium Gold and Silver might have been intended as that expansion, which would mean all 3 stadiums were originally meant for 64 DD before switching to cartridge. Fire Emblem Maiden of Darkness, also known as Fire Emblem 64, would have been the series' 6th entry. According to Miyamoto, progress was steady and on track for a late '98 launch. Only one screenshot was ever made public, years later in the Japan-only Fire Emblem 2015 book. The game would have been 3/4 view, as you might expect, visually a middle ground between the SNES and GameCube Fire Emblems. The Japanese book also includes some art for unused characters, like Taki, Lynette, Helen, Idun, and a few characters without names. The protagonist would have been Roy, who actually got into Smash Bros. Melee, despite his debut in Fire Emblem 64 being cancelled.
That is a cool-looking Aerodactyl.
Fire Emblem games, but
that's a new one.
64's absence left him in the awkward position of fighting in Smash Bros. Before he appeared in his own franchise. Fire Emblem series creator Shozu Kaga said Fire Emblem 64 was too ambitious, then resigned from the company in autumn 2000, with the game publicly scrapped soon after.
And the Lapras, okay, we're getting a ton of new ones right off the bat.
Yes, an unusual step backwards considering the N64 was over 3 years old by now. Some elements of Fire Emblem 64 made it into later games, like the Binding Blade, but for the most part, all work on the DD game got thrown out. No ROM or even footage of Fire Emblem 64 was online. But that Japanese book did include a page of
that right, true.
We'll flash it up on screen if you want to read it.
And we got the Vulture. Well, we're getting a lot of new ones, like right off the bat.
Computers, they can get a 64
like stupid
instead.
lucky.
That was Nintendo's thinking when they teamed up with computer memory manufacturer Hagiwara Cisco.
Holy shit, that was crazy.
Dash Japan and Tokyo Electron and Fujifilm Co. to make Mario no Photopea. It's basically Photoshop wearing Mario as a skin suit, but even worse than it sounds, as Nintendo themselves didn't do much of the development. It released on cartridge in '98.
The one that stands out the most, though, is the Raichu.
Slots on top are for smart media cards, so you could import photos from a '90s era digital camera. It was only released.
This one seems to have a lot of green in it.
Otherwise, you'd have no idea what you're looking at. Nintendo announced
green and gold.
Well, 6 months later to make use of the writable storage. Basically, just to let you save more.
That's sick.
Fast forward 6 months, and the 64DD still wasn't out yet, and Mario No Photopea's expansion was never
Aerodactyl. They still like using blue, I've noticed. Blue is still very prominent in the hollows.
In the 80s and 90s, the Far East of Eden RPG series has mostly stayed region-locked in Japan. Only one entry was ever localized in English, and that was a fighting game spin-off on Neo Geo. Not long after, Hudson Soft announced a return to the turn-based Far East of Eden Oriental Blue for 64DD. But thanks to the add-ons,
you guys, oh my god, there's like a line going out the
itself quietly canceled. In 2003, a game of the same name released on Game Boy Advance.
Holy shit.
In short, it's set in a world where Chinese, Japanese, Mongolian, and Thailand-inspired cultures coexist, and the hero, he or she, your choice, has to restore peace after a spirit-stealing orb corrupts a nearby castle town. It mostly scored 8 out of 10s, and got enough love for admirers to craft an English fan translation. But according to its director, the GBA game...
I'm gonna get some music going, hold on.
...project, after they had gone back to the drawing board...
Oh, it's actually the same music.
...start over from scratch. The original was canned, as far as we can tell, before a single screenshot or any details were ever released aside from the title itself. And thus, Far East of Eden, Oriental Blue remains one of the disk drive's most enigmatic RPGs.
$60.
Saying games got cancelled or downgraded to cart because of the DD's repeated delays. But why was it delayed? The original N64 launched in June '96 with 3 games, Mario, Shogi, and Pilot Wings. The disk drive wasn't delayed because Nintendo couldn't figure out the hardware. As a matter of fact, it was finished in May '97 and announced to...
Oh my god, man, are you serious?
5 launch titles, Pokemon Stadium, Mother 3, SimCity...
It's probably gonna sound like PSA graded and they're all gonna get like a 5.
Unfortunately, Mother 3, which was promoted as the must-heaviest of the 5, fell into development hell. Mario Artist wasn't ready either, and wouldn't be for over a year. And we're not sure what secret game Miyamoto was
I'm done with you guys.
Finished. So
I got something more important.
SimCity and a half-assed Pokemon Stadium. And thus nothing system.
I'm like hemorrhaging all of my money into...
Nintendo pushed back the disk drive's release a few months to March 1998, but the situation didn't...
We would get a lot more money if I got 40 card tables, though.
Late 98, then June 99. And finally, a 5th and final delay
to way more money, probably.
At this point, third-party studios had lost enthusiasm for the add-on, and PlayStation 2 was only 3 months
around it.
And they were screwed. Maybe if Mother 3 had been done on time, or Super Mario 64 2, or...
Millions of Tratinis.
Ready in 97 or 98.
Right out into the abyss.
Couldn't put together a good launch lineup till it was too late, and that's why the 64DD was dead on arrival. Taking advantage of the DD DD's internet functionality, Randit discussed 3
No new ones, huh? Yeah.
service games. The first was tentatively titled My Horse Racing Magazine, which they said would partially go live the same month the DD launched. Quote, "You'll become a fictional horse owner and participate in imaginary tournaments while getting the latest horse racing news and
Honestly, we do need.
It sounds kind of like fantasy football.
We're definitely gonna need the
What happens in a real-life NFL season dictates your team's performance. So winning largely comes down to strategizing and staying on top of
the
Randnet also said they were
where is it at?
Digital Baseball Magazine and Digital Formula One Magazine, which would essentially be the same concept, but for baseball and racing. Users would have had to pay subscriptions for all 3 games. Before we get to more games, let's
That was a card table we needed.
online strategy. There were some net play games, but Nintendo was more focused on functionality that didn't require high-speed internet. Part of their plan was basically an eShop selling smaller DD games, plus a small library of NES.
Let me box this out, actually.
For bigger DD games, you could watch gameplay videos and pay through your DD, and then they'd send you a physical copy via mail. Every game would also have basically its own subreddit within RandNet, so you could suggest future expansions to the devs or just chit-chat with your fellow fans. Another example was the F-Zero page would have a time trial contest. Gamers could also produce their own content, like selling guides and tips and tricks collections for $1 or $2. This is a change from the old feudalism, where game companies unilaterally sold.
Surprisingly, I didn't get all of them.
President Kayama. It's a
Wait, why is the back of them like purple?
Games in the future, the 64 DD is a must-buy. He also alluded to users making in-game content, but the DD died before any of that came to be.
I have like a missing texture for some reason. That's not what I'm trying to do.
As soon as Rare finished up the Donkey Kong Country trilogy on SNES, they immediately got to work on a 64 follow-up. It spent the first...
Why the hell? Why do they have like a missing texture?
Side-on adventure. If you've read up on the game's history, you might have heard it referred to as 2.5D. That's really a misnomer, though.
You've got to be kidding me.
Not a side-scroller. For example, Donkey Kong Country Returns and Tropical Freeze were 2.5D side-scrollers, and direct continuations of the SNES trilogy. But Donkey Kong 64 was not a country game. It actually played more like early builds of Banjo-Kazooie, which looked like this. We talked to Rare artist Carl Tilley, who compared its smaller, more linear stages to Crash Bandicoot. The design was more like on Crash, with levels that you play once, he said. I can't remember if
Yeah, I'm probably gonna have to do something else that isn't
we realized that
broken.
and it had no replay value.
As a missing texture.
Super Mario 64 free-roaming 3D platformers were seen as
There's
the future. So
There's pack opener L.
and brought in some Banjo-Kazooie guys who turned Donkey Kong into
Large.
the side-on prototype never got shown to the public.
TARDIS.
So we've been told some NDAs are expiring soon, and screenshots will make their way.
Standing cart selling display.
Ultra Donkey Kong is on Wikipedia's big list of announced but canceled disc games, and strangely, it also says the 64 DD itself was canned. None of that appears to be true, though. For starters, Ultra Donkey Kong
Card
is one of
projector.
several names made up by the press, derived from the fact that the N64 was originally called the Ultra 64.
Oh
For being
shit.
on DD, sites like GameSpot reported that in '97, saying they heard it from Japanese press. Japanese magazines did have a tag as a DD game, but in the actual text, they would say things like,
There's a fucking missing texture on one of these,
or
man.
an RPG taking advantage of the 64 DD's features. They didn't really know anything, because DK64 wasn't even officially mentioned till a year later, and wasn't properly revealed till 6 months after that. It wasn't announced for DD and never developed for it either. Tilly was on the team before and after the breakup, and he told us the game didn't have any specific designs to make use of the 64 DD in pre-production, and Rare management wouldn't have wanted to release on the DD. Hardware sales dictated where best to sell the game. In other words, even if DD sales did meet Nintendo's expectations, it only would have sold...
I'm trying to decorate on by Drax. Is this the one that adds...
It never would have made financial sense for Rare to release Donkey Kong 64 on...
Which one adds the 40...
devs, who don't recall it ever being meant
Table.
for DD either. Since we're contradicting common belief, we wanted to be extra certain of this debunking. So we ran this all past DK Vine, a superfan site covering the series.
Is it vanilla?
They were adamant that it was all just rumors and said none of their contact or sources have any memory of it ever being for 64 DD. So it is disappointing to find out Nintendo mascots like Donkey Kong
Why would there be a missing
or
texture?
Yoshi's Story were never actually disc games, despite their inclusion on every DD games list on the internet. It certainly makes the disc drive lose some of its luster. But there's still lots of games that were real, and made clever use of the hardware's features. Like... Mother 1 and 2 were never
Is this table vanilla? Why would I have a missing...
with their quirkiness and unique sense of humor. Mother 3, also known as Earthbound,
This is so bizarre.
Disk System's most promising projects. Unfortunately, it also had one of the most troubled...
Sure, this is vanilla.
In 1992, series creator Shigesato Itoi said he was making Mother 3 with a Super Nintendo CD-ROM add-on. When that add-on got cancelled, development moved over to a standard SNES cart. Then later moved over to N64. Then to the 64DD. Then back to the N64, until ultimately landing on Game Boy Advance in 2006, some 14 years after the project began. It's hard to even say what the game was, since it took so many different forms. So for the sake of brevity, we'll mostly focus on the 64 and DD versions. The team was made up of Itoi's Ape Inc., Iwata's HAL Labs, and even some Pokemon devs. Their plans were ambitious and would have made full use of the disk drive's unique features. Mother 3 was divided into 12 chapters, each with a different protagonist, some adults, some kids, and some non-human. Probably the most recognizable was Lucas.
Spent like 2,000 on this.
All 12 protagonists live in different places and different times.
And
the one thing they do share is all their worlds have a chimera forest, which supernaturally connects all of their disparate
it
streams.
has missing
Here's the story
textures.
from the Space World 99 official guidebook. Quote, the main characters are a family of 4 with a dog living in a peaceful village.
Alright,
One day, after an unidentified object appears in a nearby cove, strange events start occurring in the village.
Why does it have missing textures, man?
Unsettling, terrifying scream can be heard. What's happening in those woods? To protect the forest, the
What
village,
the
and the
heck?
family, the Father Flint ventures into the trees. Here's a strange world that you can't quite decipher between the Middle Ages or the
It's gonna bother me.
explained. And in the end, you realize the circumstances of what made it so strange. It was made in a way that you'd be thinking, this is weird. Then you make it through chapter 11, and hit chapter 12 and scream. Iwata said the 64DD's read-write function was a core theme of Mother 3, letting every player make their own unique impacts on the game world, similar to Zelda 64. He explained that in other games, if you rearrange a room, then leave and come back, it'd be restored to its default state. Any changes you made were gone. But on 64DD, everything...
So the weird thing is we should have a lot more dupes get going on sale as well, but for some reason it didn't fill up the entire table.
NPCs would remember past conversations, so they wouldn't...
Which is a bit
for
odd.
example. And thanks to the DD's internal clock, you could do stuff like sow seeds, and 3 real-life days later, they'd sprout. All the DD features were working in unison to make something special. But eventually the disk drive's future started looking bleak, so development switched back to cartridge, which meant losing all those DD features and slimming down the story to only 9 chapters. At one point, the N64 version was roughly
There's a B.
done, with a release date.
Look at that, it doesn't do more than...
Missing the deadline, Itoi announced Mother 3 was officially canceled.
Huh?
Big game once announced as a
It's not even
DD
filling up.
wasn't coming out at all.
There's no way.
doesn't have
Did they already sell?
Years later, development picked back up on the GBA, with the game finally releasing in 2006 to reviews in the high 8s. Much of the story remained intact, but it got cut down even shorter. Originally, it was 12 chapters taking place over a 10-year timeline, but just 8 chapters on GBA.
Those Dragonaires sold that
The game
fast.
famously never left Japan, but it didn't take long for fans to put together a high-quality translation of their own.
Hold on,
Citing
how?
IGN, Wikipedia says after the game got downgraded to N64, there was an expansion disc in the works to add more content.
Did they really sell that fast?
Superfan Okeji Dragon asked a Mother designer if that was true in 2011, but he threw cold water on it, saying an expansion might have been an idea at some point, maybe, but they didn't put any actual work into it. And sadly, they never made a Mother 4.
Wow,
Seriously,
okay.
indeed,
Well,
yes,
apparently they
well,
did sell that
previously
fast.
online, but so far, no such luck. It's unknown how many copies even exist. Fans are aware of one copy in the hands of Tony Brown, but lament there are no other leads to follow.
I'm gonna take a screenshot of this and maybe post on Reddit or something, because I don't know what could possibly be causing that.
Quite a few games that would come in.
Also, this is kind of driving me insane. It's like the same voice forever. It's kind of driving me crazy. I think I'll just, maybe I'll find something else to listen to that's not like the same guy. Or maybe just power it off for a while. Yeah, I think we'll just power it off for a while. Oh. Just play nothing again. Submit.
I know we saw early versions of 1.3. What I saw with
Just pause it for now. Okay, I'm gonna get another card opener here. So I'm gonna keep opening even more. I can probably just put these right next to each other, actually. Yeah. There we go. Oh god, I just realized that. Oof. Doesn't look like we need a whole lot restocked right now besides grain boxes. Order all that. Next day. Go ahead and open it up. My workers can still work. Oh yeah, let me post about that missing texture real quick. Let's sec while I do that. Do people allow seeing mods here? So I'm not seeing any modded content. Guess I'll find out. Where's the, like, image submission? Oh, it's so weird. I don't know why they changed the UI of this. Now it's like... Bro. Post about that, see if I can get an answer. Which, hopefully I will. Guess we'll find out. Oh, jeez. Yeah, let's go and get these guys checked out. Take me back in time. I don't know what this is, but it sounds nice. So much for being a remote control.
It was just a really rough demo. I think the 3 or 4 main characters, from what I saw, it was really rough.
So instead of Japan, the superfans sniffing around for proto cards might have more luck talking to devs on this side of the pond. If a build ever does leak, it might come from old enemy staffers. But after all these years, odds seem slim. Earthbound 64 might be the holy grail that forever remains buried.
$21. Oh yeah, let me go see if the things are done. Yeah, when I press a V.
It was announced as a DD exclusive in 1997. Originally, it was conceived as a sequel to Super Mario RPG, which had been developed by Square. The sequel was initially called Super Mario RPG 2, and naturally Nintendo asked Square to make this one as well. But Square turned him down because they didn't have the baseball making Final Fantasy VII. So they hired Hal Lab.
Do I have any missing prices?
Then eventually the project landed.
I don't see any missing prices.
At the time, best
I'm noticing my FPS rate seems to be plummeting with all these,
pretty controversial. A lot of fans didn't think they were up to the task,
which is a little bit concerning.
unless you want to count Fire Emblem 64, which, as we said, got canceled because they couldn't hack it. Intelligent Systems buckled down, though, and separated themselves from Square's offering with a brand new
Let me check my memory real quick.
aesthetic. By the end, it was no longer a sequel to Mario RPG. Not in name, story,
Memory's not even that
the
bad.
name changed to Paper Mario, and finally released in late 2000 near the end of the N64's lifecycle, as a cartridge. Everyone loved
CPU is pretty high though.
the previous game, making it hard not to wonder how Super Mario RPG turned out on this, especially if Square had stayed in charge.
There's like too many people. Why are there so many people buying cards, man?
We're going to talk about Pokemon RPG here in a minute, but for full context,
Holy shit.
it all started in early 1995, a year before the first Pokemon Game Boy game. And Miyamoto, Iwata, and Toy were talking about how rough that was
I did not mean to do that.
just to crank out crap games. So they went to Nintendo President Yamaguchi and said, why don't we hire
Something's not rounded, I think. Hold on, let me check.
64 DD with no deadlines? Surely they'll cook up something incredible. Yamauchi was an open-minded guy, so he said, yeah, let's do it. They named the new studio Jack and Beans, put out an ad calling all developers. It said, talent is like a seed, watered properly.
Yeah, something is like
high as the heavens.
definitely
But some seeds
tanking
are
the
left
frame rate.
buried and can't grow. What a waste.
I don't know if it has something to do with
Water. Nintendo's new 64-bit machine waits. Then it revealed Jack and Beans was led by legends.
this 40 card thing.
550 devs showed up.
I feel like it does.
11. They were all elated to have gotten picked. But when they arrived for their first day of work, they were surprised to find the new office was tiny with hardly anything in it. Until recently, it had been Nintendo's ping pong room. Iwata handed them an envelope stuffed with cash. Here's $4,000, he said. Miyamoto told them, make something that's never been done before. And they left. The big guys were thinking, oh man, I wish we had it this good when we were young. No managers breathing down our necks, no deadlines, total freedom. But in reality, those 11 devs were
Oh
terrified.
my god, the line. So busy today.
Spent the $4,000 on a TV, refrigerator, and some cabinets.
You guys gotta go somewhere else.
They were too busy with other projects like Cabbage, Mother, and Mario. No one was put in charge, so the Jack guys wandered aimlessly for months until they eventually started making a game about taking pictures. That was an original idea, they thought. And DD discs have lots of writable storage, which could be used for saving tons of pictures. Wikipedia and other sites say at this point the game was literally based on Jack and the Beanstalk, but actually that was just the inspirational recruitment ad. Truth is, it doesn't seem like the game had much of a plot, or even a name. Even the guys making it thought it sucked. There wasn't any motivation for the player to take pictures or any rewards for doing so. They scrapped it and restarted several times, and even after all that, the team said it didn't even feel like a game. After a couple of years, Pokemon was exploding in popularity, and the anime had just debuted. So Nintendo mixed things up by making Pokemon the thing players take pictures of. Some of the Jack guys didn't like that idea, but it ultimately gave them some direction. Originally, the player wandered around on foot, but after experimenting with an on-rail system in certain areas, Miyamoto told them to make the entire game on rails. They also added Professor Oak, who grades your pictures and gives you points, thus providing a sense of progression. The third game changer was letting players print out their pictures and share them with friends, which got fans connecting in real life, similar to the Pokemon Game Boy games. The team finally felt like they had a game on their hands. Late in development, it switched from disc to cartridge because they wanted to release it to line up with the first Pokemon movie. And also so they could launch before Gold and Silver came out, otherwise it'd make Snap look bad for not including 1 and 2 Pokemon. One of the main selling points in previews was being able to save all of your photos. In fact, disc's writable storage was why they made the camera game in the first place. But after switching to cart, there was only enough storage to save 60 photos.
Holy shit.
For 1 picture of each Pokemon, which sort of undermined the game's original premise. Not to mention it only had 6 levels. Start to finish, the whole process lasted over 4 years and really soured Nintendo's belief in giving devs total freedom and no deadlines. Fortunately, things turned out okay. Pokemon Snap finally released in spring '99.
You can see if those machines are done.
In sales. Not a lot by Pokemon standards, but
I
keep the
apparently didn't insert cards.
That was a pretty long history on Pokemon Snap.
Really?
It was necessary context to better understand another game on Wikipedia's canceled disc games list, Pokemon RPG. In '98, IGN reported a game codenamed Pokemon DD was in development, and speculated it'd play like the Game Boy games. That speculation got spread aside.
Guess I forgot.
Lost Media Wiki, who said it was going to be the series' first console RPG. As we've already discussed, websites like IGN got a lot of their information from Japanese magazines. Digging through them now, we found those magazines were talking about a Pokemon RPG for DD back then. They don't have many details, though there was plenty of speculation, like maybe it'd come out as multiple colors like the Game Boy games, or there'll be additional discs that add more forests and towns, which sounds awesome, but we couldn't find any statements from Nintendo backing any of that up. We did find an interesting interview from Miyamoto, though, in summer '97. When asked about Pokemon coming to the disc drive, he said,
DIY.
Game. One will be an entirely different genre from an RPG.
Buy more of these.
First. The interviewer asks when. He says it'll be a DD launch title, but can't give away any details until the next Space World. With what we know now in the future, Miyamoto was clearly referring to Pokemon Stadium. Next, the interviewer asks, and what's the state of the other one, the Pokemon RPG?
Okay.
Miyamoto? Well, right now, we currently have 10 staff members working on the Pokemon RPG, but we plan to add another 20 people soon. End quote. This interview took place about 2 months after Jack and Bean's camera game was transformed into Pokemon Snap. At the time, you could run around freely, and what the game was exactly was constantly in flux. So it's understandable that when the interviewer called it an RPG, Miyamoto didn't say boo, especially since he didn't want to spill the beans until Space World. More revealing is when he said the RPG has 10 staff members. We know the Jack team was 11 guys, and 1 quit in the middle due to...
Alright, I'm gonna take a bathroom break. I'll be right
Miyamoto also
back,
said
like a
there were
minute.
20 more. Pokemon Snap's credits, if you subtract the producers, localizers, and voice actors, and just account for the core team, shows a staff of 34. The math all adds up. The RPG was Pokemon Snap. After Snap officially revealed, Pokemon RPG was replaced with Pokemon Snap on Japanese magazine's upcoming game lists, with its genre switched from RPG to ETC. Meanwhile, in the English-speaking world, IGN kept on reporting that Stadium, Snap, and Pokemon RPG were all different projects. But Miyamoto said there were 2 DD games in development, not 3. Nintendo said that all along, even before the Miyamoto interview. 2 3D Pokemon games for 64DD, which were revealed as Stadium and Snap in early '98. But before their official titles were revealed, both were referred to as Pokemon 64 and Pokemon DD interchangeably, which confused 90s journalists. There was also a 3rd game, Hey You Pikachu for N64, confusing things even worse. For about a year, Nintendo was constantly teasing these games to build up hype and sell consoles, while trying not to reveal too much before their official reveals. Even for us, with the benefits of hindsight and modern internet, sorting through all this mess was still confusing as hell. But after translating hundreds of pages of Pokemon primary sources over the past few years, it's clear that Pokemon RPG was born from vague statements about multiple titles and combined into one imaginary game fans wanted to exist. Did you know gaming's not innocent in all this either? We spread the Pokemon RPG rumor too in a video 5 years ago.
In a 1998 IGN article, the site listed 4 upcoming Pokemon N64 games: Pokemon RPG, Hey You Pikachu, Pokemon Snap, and Pokemon Stadium, implying Pokemon RPG was an entirely different game than Stadium, despite both being turn-based. It's thought the game would have been in line with the main Pokemon series, but for home consoles. The only first-hand mention of it was in a 1997 interview with Miyamoto, conducted by Electronic Gaming Monthly. When asked about the game's progress, he said 10 people were currently working on the game, and that while it was planned to come out in Japan, a US release was still up in the air.
Miyamoto was actually talking about Stadium 1 in that interview, which was indeed slated as a DD launch title at the time, and only came out in Japan. That's our bad. We should have dug deeper into primary sources back then instead of repeating surface-level internet info. Our sincerest apologies. We could spend another 10 minutes dissecting interviews and connecting dots, but I think we've made our point. To wrap all this up, Wikipedia says there are 5 cancelled DD Pokemon games. The Stadium expansion disc and Stadium 2 are the same thing though, so we'll cross one off the list. And we're going to cross Pokemon RPG off too. There were only 3 DD Pokemon games, plus 1 more if you count Pokemon Gold and Silver, all of which released on cartridge. Okay, with all
it's already the end of the day.
Some games that did exist. Mario Party came out in '98, followed up a year later with Mario Party 2, adding new boards and minigames. The internal code reveals the second game was actually intended as a disc expansion for the first, which is reflected on screen if you boot up Mario Party 1 with a random disc in the DD. The intro cutscene gets interrupted with an error saying to insert the correct disc, which doesn't happen with other N64 games, except the ones programmed to get expansions, like F-Zero and Ocarina of Time. In an alternate timeline where the DD released sooner like it was supposed to, and Party 2 was
I'll pause on music
like
for a
it was
bit.
supposed to, Mario Party 3 presumably would have been an
So goodbye, another machine.
perspective, it was indeed possible for one game to get multiple disc expansions.
Just keep filling them up with cards, and
So it's not like we're missing out on
we
content.
can keep doing
We are missing out
like
on money, though,
this.
since cards typically
Some more
sell for
cards on the
60, discs were 20 or 30.
No way. How did we already run out?
Later, but it is an interesting
These cards sell so
and after that
fast.
precedent was set, it'd be interesting
It's
to see
kind of
if Nintendo made a dozen
ridiculous.
sequels that came after.
The original Banjo-Kazooie was released in 1998 on Nintendo 64, the eventual result of an arduous string of ill-fated projects at Rare.
No new
The game
cards.
was nonetheless a critical darling and a hit among N64 owners. As such, ideas for Banjo to grow into a major franchise were soon stirring. A sequel made in the mold of
No
the
new
original,
cards.
Banjo-Tooie, was put into development around the launch of the first game in June 1998.
Blastoise.
1 year later, another Banjo game was already brewing in the background at Rare. With Banjo fans well catered to on the N64, the company turned its attention towards Nintendo's portable
Hypno as well.
the Game Boy Color. During the summer of 1999, a small group at Rare began drawing plans to take the Bird and Bear duo in a new direction with their first adventure for handhelds. The project first existed under the title Banjo-Kazooie GBC and was poised to reinvent the series for this less powerful platform. Their original concept, as detailed in this project plan shared by a former Rare developer, was for a 2D platformer game. Through various twists,
Dude, this crouch is so terrible.
evolve into a top-down platforming adventure for Game Boy Advance.
Oh, it's so bad.
Released in 2003, named Banjo-Kazooie Grunty's Revenge. In an effort to understand
Student
more about
minus
the
10%,
original
actually.
game, I tracked down the architects of the now 20-year-old design documents. The first
Said I want
section
it to
of this
be
literature was written on the 10th of August
20%. Actually, I want it to
by
be
Rare
plus
designer Desmond
10%.
Jackson. It focused not on how the game would play, but the narrative it would follow and how it would continue on from the events of the first Banjo-Kazooie. In fact, it was planned to be a more direct sequel than Banjo-Tooie was, taking place between the two games. At this early stage, the plot was noticeably different from how it would eventually end up in Grunty's Revenge on the Game Boy Advance. That game was set 2 months after Grunty's first defeat at the hands of Banjo and Kazooie. Unable to
These,
shift
I'm probably
the
just
rock
put
she
these
was
on the
imprisoned
shelf
beneath
because it's
at
like
the
uneven.
climax of the first game, Grunty's minion Klungo creates a mechanical body for his mistress and transfers her soul into it. Grunty then seeks revenge on the two titular characters by first kidnapping Kazooie from Banjo's house. She then travels back in time, intent on preventing the Bird and Bear from ever meeting in order to undo her defeat and restore her original body. Mumbo uses magic to send Banjo back in time to pursue her.
You like
The side effect
4
of the time
boxes
travel
of these.
spell, Banjo forgets his platforming
I'm gonna put
moves from
them
the first game
right
and must
here.
learn them from an old mole named Bozai throughout the game. The original synopsis, on the other hand, did not feature time travel and included different
Let me check my collection.
It opened a few years after Banjo
base set.
as opposed to just 2 months. Banjo, Kazooie, and Mumbo are holidaying on a farm.
Did we finally get that
A
final?
character who doesn't appear
Wow,
in
we
the
still
final
haven't gotten those hollows. There's like a bunch of other cards that are also still missing.
context as to why Tutti, Banjo's
Which is weird
sister,
because we should have gotten them by now.
around, stating that she's away having an adventure of her own somewhere
odd.
else. This idea was later dispensed with. The character was not mentioned in future games, save for a cameo in Banjo-Tooie where she can be spotted in a missing poster on the side of a milk carton. This version of the plot too would have featured Klungo creating a mechanized vessel for Grunty's spirit, although her evil schemes were somewhat different. She travels to the farm where the other characters are relaxing and unleashes a series of spells upon them. Bottles is transformed into a creature
Playing cards. I can't
Mumbo
get too
is
many
faced
right
with
now.
excessively bad luck. She then warps Kazooie into an evil blue version of herself before kidnapping her. Mumbo luck intervenes, and a comedic set piece follows in which a black cat scratches at his face. He runs under a ladder, and a mirror smashes on top of him. The blow leaves him with amnesia, unable to remember his spells. To make matters worse, Banjo has forgotten his moves in the peaceful years since the first game, and must now relearn them. With his usual source for tutorials,
Not that one.
exposed in his new form, Banjo seeks the counsel of Grandpa Mole, the father of Bottles. He may be blind as a bat, but the old curmudgeon taught him everything he knew.
It's actually,
the document reads.
they went up in price.
Went on, Grandpa Mole was changed to Bozeye, another mole from the past whose relation to Bottles was never specified. One key detail separating Grandpa Mole from Bozeye was that he would have
Gremlins are already buying stuff.
by playing a crappy song, as the docs described it, on a gramophone. If the player collected enough musical notes, he would have also been able to use his music to open bonus levels wherein Banjo could collect honeycomb pieces to extend his life bar. In Grunty's Revenge, no such bonus levels exist, and the honeycomb collectibles are instead scattered around the various worlds. According to former Rare designer Gavin Hood, who was a part of the project from its inception, a major part of the game's early premise involved Gruntilda using Kazooie to enhance her maneuverability. With the evil bluebird stored in a backpack, she would have used Kazooie similar to how Banjo did in the previous game, pulling off various tag team platforming moves. At some point not too far into the game, Banjo would fight the witch and ultimately reclaim Kazooie, restoring her to normal. The majority of the adventure would have played out with their moveset expanded from then on. By October of 1999, this early form of the project came to be known as Banjo-Kazooie Grunty's Curse. The person responsible for giving it that subtitle was Desmond Hinkson, who disclosed to me its supposed dual meaning. It apparently referred to both the curse Grunty was personally afflicted with, being bound in her spirit form, as well as the curse she had unleashed.
I'll bump some cards.
Evidently, a decent amount of time was spent developing these tentative plot and design details. Banjo's movesets, levels, enemy types, and more are described in meticulous detail. Art was made for the documents, including sprites and menu concepts, demonstrating how it would fit within the constraints of the Game Boy Color screen. These included early renders of Banjo, Kazooie, and Gruntilda in their reimagined 2D forms. With all of this laid out, the question remains, why wasn't this game made? And why did the final release deviate so much from this original plan? A large part of it, former developers say, was down to resource restrictions and timing. While the design documents were being drafted, there was no team available at Rare to make the game. According to Gavin Hood, he and other staff members were already busy on projects like Mickey's Speedway USA for Nintendo 64.
They're almost complete.
Into the year 2000. There was an expectation that Grunty's Curse would enter development as other projects crossed the finish line and more staff were freed up. However, another project took precedence. In 2000, Nintendo commissioned Rare to bring their SNES platformer Donkey Kong Country to its next handheld, the Game Boy Advance. Desmond Hinkson, who had written the plan for on Game Boy Color, was moved onto that project instead.
I'm not seeing it later.
Designer of Wise Engaged, Grunty's Curse was put into a state of limbo for some time.
Oh, it's a card that was like perfectly diagonal, vertical, whatever.
Hinkson and other staff were finally at liberty to move forward with Banjo. The Game Boy Advance by this point had not long since released, and Rare was keen to capitalize upon it. According to Hinkson, it was Rare's management that decided to put his portable Banjo into production with a few provisos. It would now be made for Game Boy Advance as opposed to Color, and would undergo a shift in perspective. It would no longer be a 2D game, and would utilize a pseudo 3D isometric style to make it more in line with the other
$42.
It would continue to morph as their plans were adapted for this new hardware. There were many elements elements lost in this transition, including whole areas that had originally been set to appear. The largest cut was a world named Mohindra Banjo, described as a temple set deep in the jungles of the east. Rare imagined it as being populated with ancient traps like moving walls and spikes, as well as hazardous creatures, spiders and scorpions. No such enemies appeared in the final game. They'd also envisioned using giant snakes as ladders and having tribal wall art with banjo references decorating the ruins. In the finished game,
it should be done by now.
Named Freezing Furnace, an ice level, which contains an area with a steel.
No new cards yet.
In it, Banjo has to avoid some high temperature hazards such as pools of bubbling lava. Originally, this area was intended to be its own separate world.
Dude, how have we not gotten any new cards yet?
Lastly, there was supposed to be a more substantial
It's bizarre.
leading up to the final boss. Grunty's Lair was once supposed to be its own distinct world, a horror.
It must be the rarest cards on Earth or something, because that's
like the spiders,
that's insane.
Banjo, and the lava pits from Fiery Furnace. They would have served as Banjo's last trial before his showdown with Mecha Gruntilda. In Grunty's Revenge, no such area exists. Once the player has collected enough jiggies, they can enter Grunty's castle and begin fighting her after a short cutscene. On the other hand, a number of different enemies were dropped too. Documents from October 99 considered bringing back more baddies from the original Banjo game, like the Big Butts from Mumbo's Mountain and the Muty Snippets from Clanker's Cavern. Some original enemies met the same fate, including magpies that would steal Banjo's items and rolling gluttonous gruntlings that would challenge Banjo to a race stroke hiding contest. Overall, a considerable portion of content was back as Rare iterated upon Hinkson's original plan. He explained why these parts in particular were curtailed. With the change to GBA came a condition, the pseudo 3D isometric view. This was really problematic. The GBA is not 3D hardware, so to handle the new environment I had to control my plans. A simple trade-off between the environments and the character interactions and story I wanted to explore. I had no choice but to prioritize the pseudo 3D world. Everything became more complicated, and we really pushed the GBA to its limits. In terms of concepts that didn't make it to the final game, every element in the game had to be
scope
versus play value. I decided to go with the elements that our small team could do best and that players would enjoy most. Another element sacrificed in the project shakeup was certain transformations Banjo could undergo. A bumblebee form that would allow him to shoot stingers and traverse long
instant packs,
as was the idea for a gag transformation, the specifics of which had yet to be decided. A toaster with eyes or a milking machine had been entertained as possibilities. The nature of the project's
I wonder if I can I tell employees to do this?
And why the story changed over time as well. But he ascribes another reason why the game's title was altered from Grunty's Curse to
so I guess that's a yeah.
The name change was a simple marketing decision, he said. It was felt that American parents would be less inclined to buy a game with Curse in the title. As for the game it once could have been on Game Boy Color, Hinkson says that he imagined it as a 2D action platformer, somewhere between Donkey Kong Country and Kid Icarus. Banjo-Kazooie Grunty's Revenge released to positive...
But I probably want someone really fast to back the machine.
Its past would remain an obscure open secret from Rare history for years to come, although that didn't stop the developers from referencing their original plans in the final game. When a relieved Banjo rescues Kazooie in the Breagle Beach level, he exclaims, "Kazooie, am I glad to see you? I thought Grunty would have made you into a monster by now." A nod to the blue monster form of Kazooie that was ultimately scrapped.
Did you know Virtual Boy wasn't Nintendo's biggest failure? Despite its reputation, it actually sold more than the Satellaview and 64DD combined. Unfortunately, the old boy was pulled after a few short months, so Nintendo could focus all their might on N64 defeating PlayStation, thus dooming Virtual Boy to the waste bin of history. In 1987, Nintendo released the Famicom 3D system, and Sega put out the Sega Scope 3D for the Master System. Then in 1991, Sega announced they'd begun development of the next generation, Sega VR.
Holy shit, oh my god.
To note though, they weren't.
Wow, thank you.
Certainly not
Sheesh.
In that context,
Person was rich.
Miyamoto started pestering Gunpei Yokoi to throw his hat in the ring. Nintendo president Yamauchi wanted Yokoi to explore it too. Eventually, he ordered him to do it. A tough situation was made worse though, when Nintendo started pressuring him to release it sooner than he wanted. In 1993, Sega showed off Sega VR, which looked almost ready for market, and a wave of 32-bit competitors would soon follow, from 3DO to Sega Saturn and Sony PlayStation. Super Nintendo's 16-bit graphics looked ancient in comparison, and Nintendo 64 wasn't going to be ready until 1996. Nintendo wanted to release a new system as soon as possible to keep their investors happy and maintain relevance. Yokoi didn't think it was ready yet, but the call wasn't his to make. In April 94, President Yamauchi made the big announcement and said it would be playable at Space World later that year, and hit store shelves a few months later. Space World 94. Yamauchi climbed on stage and praised its innovation and affordability. $200, the Virtual Boy was gonna sell for less than half the price of other 32-bit systems. 3 games were rushed out as demos: Galactic Pinball, Telero Boxer, and Mario Brothers VB. Every gaming journalist from Tokyo to Timbuktu was there, eager to shove their face into Nintendo's new system. Yokoi was starting to feel 50-50 about its chances.
Butops.
Itself was exuding
That's a new one.
nothing but confidence. Nintendo pledged one new first-party game each and every month. Third parties were enthusiastic as well.
Ultras.
More kept throwing their hats into the ring, from Squaresoft to Rare, until eventually about 100 were making Virtual Boy games. Even Game Freak was thinking about doing one. Hype was
Let me see how many more Kalos are missing in this collection.
But unfortunately, early on, Yamauchi was worried someone would steal the
Fossil.
technology, so he didn't give out dev kits till
3 Hollows.
to the public. As a result, there weren't many games in its first few.
Oh, we are missing actually 6 Hollows.
Parties saw the system wasn't selling, so a lot of them either cancelled their ongoing projects or just didn't bother starting new ones. That left the release calendar pretty
Give
bad.
bonus.
Another reason the system ultimately failed. For a while, the plan was to regroup and have another go of it in America, considering how much better it was selling than in Japan. At E3 in May, Nintendo of America renewed their pledge to support the system and showed off a couple games to kick off VB's second wave. The first was Bound High, a top-down action puzzle game that made excellent use of 3D. As Chalvo the robot, you defend
yeah, let me go check on the machines.
by bouncing around stages on top of enemies to kill them and trying not to fall to your death. Bound High had 4 modes, including a story mode with
Just gonna make sure nothing has.
Yamauchi called it the most promising title coming to the system. There was also Dragon Hopper, developed by Intelligent Systems.
Yeah, we should be good.
Studio that did Fire Emblem, Paper Mario, and helped make Super Metroid. It was a top-down
Okay.
akin to Zelda Link's Awakening, where you
Current page volume.
Doran trying to make his way to the kingdom.
Nothing new yet, huh? I've been trying to get the last Hollow for this set.
Everything you'd expect in an adventure game.
It's insane that we have not gotten it yet.
Shops, so on. But with added 3D. G-Zero was released soon after, an F-Zero spin-off, where instead of
I cannot believe we haven't gotten it yet. That was 4 boxes, by the way, or 2 boxes, I guess.
James McLeod.
We get like a bunch more boxes for this.
And more were in the works as well, like BB Mario Kart.
I'm about to start just filling up even more.
And a GoldenEye.
Let's buy 2 more.
But then, all of a sudden,
No, what level do we get the medium at?
and Dragon were
32?
finished. They've been rated by the ESRB.
That's a bit ridiculous.
NOA, even their boxes and manuals.
Oh wow.
But then Nintendo stuck them in a vault, cut bait, and ran. Every third-party game is cancelled. The small but passionate fanbase
Should be fine.
since, 2010, they finally got their hands on Bound High, which it turns out really was the system's best game. Nowadays, you can get it in a box.
They're practically inside of each other. I'm not trying to make them inside of each other. It's by accident.
Later, fans have also made their own 3D games like Star Fox and Mario.
Just trying to put them right next to each other.
And some cheeky ports as well, like Snapshot and Street Fighter 2. At a 2013 shareholder meeting, an investor asked if 3D games were going to come to Virtual Console on PS. President Iwata said he'd think about it, and that, quote, this was not a commercial success, but some say that it
Crazy way to, like, open up card packs.
product like standards at that time. Nintendo never ended up doing that either, but fans picked up the slack with their own 3DS.
Start loading them up.
Recently, Virtual Boy's gotten a reputation over the years as Nintendo's biggest failure of all time. That narrative's a bit overblown. GB outsold most of its fifth generation competitors, and that's with Virtual Boy really being on the market for 5 months. For a while, it was on track to outsell some bigger systems too. Nintendo's powered
Jeez, I didn't know. I mean, this. Oh my god.
Virtual Boy sold more product than
Just came out of nowhere.
says something. I was sorry that certain key executives at Sega left before I was able to deliver the 50-pound bag of dog food.
Just have like a bunch of boxes for this.
As the dog of the year, we outsold them. We got out.
For opening cards.
Wonder
Card pack machine.
got out. That second wave of games would have released and more people would buy.
I can't believe it's taking this many just to get one hollow. That's insane.
3DS got discontinued 5 months after its.
We're still missing a hollow?
Remembered
Somehow?
few games were playing, but Nintendo doubled down, turned things around, and made lemons into lemons. Virtual Boy never got that chance.
Oh, why did the video stop? Is that the end of it? I guess so. Hold on. I guess I probably could just play the music up there. Kinda want to. We're like in the middle of the video though, so it's like, can I skip ahead? Okay, that's pretty cool. It's like in-game now. Let's find some of these. Do we need boxes? Gotta stock some of these. Man counter, give bonus. God, you were expensive, you know that? I'm still level 19, so we can get another employee, which is nice. Maybe I'll have him like take care of the machines. pack the machines. I might. I don't know what one's on. And these should be done. Nothing new again? Holy, there's no way. This many? Did these even give you new cards? I don't know. That's insane. Modded, yeah, very modded. Very much modded. Pretty sure this isn't vanilla. It's a lot of mods. Yeah, I've got to get all the mods for Pokemon. It's just all the Nexus. All of them are from Nexus mods. You just go through the Nexus and you'll find all of them that I use. Yeah, they're pretty easy to find. There's not a whole lot of mods in TCG Nexus. I wonder how you designate the machines. Like cards for the machines. I don't know. I have to do them manually. Oh, I'm putting the shop level 20. Get another worker. So, go recruit. $300 a day? Oh my fucking god. That's expensive, man, motherfucker. I'm gonna get a different wallpaper. 5,000? Oh my. Never mind. Never mind. We're not doing that anymore. So what do you do when you pack the machine? When you pack the machine... Oh. Okay. Okay, interesting. So you can, okay. You can select. Wow, okay. It's kind of crazy. Oh, after opening so many cards, how is it possible that I still don't have the, like, the last holo that I need from us? How is it possible? So we're still missing a holo, guys. 135 Dragoners. Holy shit, man. That's insane. We've got 135 Dragoners before we ever have gotten that one holo. We're also missing all these other cards. Dude, what is up with this pack? Maybe these are specific packs that maybe you can only get it from a different pack. Or specific cards that I can't get yet. Jungle's almost done. Jungle needs 3 more. I don't know. Oh, you suck at this, huh? Secondary task. No, you can't do it like that, man. You gotta do them like together. I mean, they're gonna be too slow anyway. It doesn't really matter. Okay, what is going on here? Oh, he's getting through them pretty decently fast. I think it's because we don't have another. Let me make sure there's no mispricing. My Charizard needs to be rounded. Oh. Stick to 50. Oh, go get this line moving. It's like 9 p.m. Store's already closed. You guys should be gone. Holy sh... Damn. What do you got, man? Customer bot. What the hell is that? Yo, man, you can go home. What are you doing? Oh, God. It's like people still here, I see. Guys are gonna have to wrap it up. Alright, we're gonna go ahead and expand because we do need to. Uh-oh. Oh my god. Well, we need this. Gonna start having a storage. Do we have access to storage shelves? Oh god. Standing card selling display. Holds 120 cards. We can't even get our storage shelves. Oh man. That's our wide shelves, I'm pretty sure. Damn. So, custom workers, shared speed restock, unlock costs, and even have them stay past 9 p.m. Bro. I guess I just bought that for literally no reason. That's fucking sick, man. Go ahead and just sell this garbage. Yeah. I can buy this one. Or it doesn't have anything to do, apparently. Primary task. I'm gonna do Jungle Booster, and soon enough we'll be doing Falsa Booster as well. I'm gonna focus on the Jungle Booster now. Yeah, just go ahead and buy 10 of these. Charizard. Looks like we're beginning a million Charizards before we get those missing cards, which is just really great. Now, holy shit. Oh my god. This is lagging my game. As soon as I turn around, yeah, the game does not like that. Wow. I was gonna like do a second one, but I feel like it would kill my frame rate. I'm a little bit scared too. This just annihilates my frame rate, dude. Don't know why. Time to trigger severe frame drops. The game struggles to render dozens of unique high detail textures at once, causing massive performance spikes. Shit. You're joking. Can I, like... Let me try facing these away. I rotate them like that way so that I'm not looking at them all the time. That actually kind of works. Doesn't destroy my frame rate all the time. Oh. What's in this? I don't know what's in this. Just throw it away. It might be bugged out. Oh, okay, that's the Hollow Dragonite. Wow. Yeah, that value is insane. Oh. Yeah, no, we already had Moltres, I think, yeah. That was like a new Moltres for some reason. Yeah, are they getting sold even though they're not being rendered in? I hope so. Actually, it doesn't seem like a lot of people are grabbing them like at all. Do they have to be rendered? No. No, they should be selling even if they're on the... Yeah, people are like grabbing them off. Wait. Let me go ahead and move this. Or I cannot move this. Though. This thing is not movable. Yeah, there we go. Face it away from me so it doesn't take my FPS. Dude, do these not, like, give you new cards? Am I insane? It doesn't seem like they do. Oh god, I gotta be careful with that. Stock. I'm gonna go ahead and buy some of these to start selling, and this as well to start selling. There's those. Oh, I might have. Oh, we're gonna have to move it. Damn, these sold like a massive amount. Of cards. Holy shit. Wow, that's insane. Yeah, I'm gonna have to figure out what to do with these so that they're not like destroying my FPS all the time. Let's get these boxes. Every time it goes in frame, it destroys my FPS. Yeah, I gotta set the price for these. Dude. Bro, honestly, these have like so much space that I might as well just start using these. These as well. I'm gonna box this up and sell it. Okay, so for these, I think what I'm going to do for these, or for this, I guess, I only need one. I'm going to rotate it and make it face that direction, so that it's not tanking my FPS. Because what I'm going to do, I don't know what else to do with that. It just drains my FPS. The only problem is, I think, and it looks like they're not selling when it's like that. I honestly can't tell if they're actually selling or not. That's the problem. When it's like that. Dude, we don't even need to use these anymore, honestly. Just like sell all this. We honestly don't even need these anymore. These are so massive, man. Like, we don't need like anything else for this. It's pretty insane. So like, let me grab like 2 of these, 2 of these, 2 of these, and 2 of these. Buy all that. Like this. Oh, actually, no. No. We should, I kind of messed this up a little bit. We do boxes on the top and on the bottom, maybe. Or just do, let's do boxes on one side. We'll do cards on the other side. Be better. I have to leave that there for now because I kind of messed that one up. So cards over here. Green boxes. More cards. Dang, I'm gonna have to like kind of mess this up. And we have a lot of extra money. I'll just box it up and place it again. Oh. Oh no. We have, we fucked this one up. Okay. I can recover this. Wait. What am I doing? I think I have brain damage. Okay, hold on. Hold on. This is overflow. Blue should be on top. I kind of need like empty boxes. Okay. Okay, so I cannot mess this up. Let's take this out. I'm gonna have to make a few extra boxes actually. Okay, take these from up here. Another extra box. Take these. Put them on the top. And then green goes right there. Okay, yellow's there. Okay, so we have to take these out. Put them... Need another empty box. Or I just put these here. And take these. Put them right here. There we go. I don't know why I messed this up so badly the first time. There, now they're like perfect. That was a little bit ridiculous. What's going to do next day? And these give me like extra over here. Not too many though. Okay. Yeah, these are already... It's pricey. Round by like 20%. We'll do minus 10% then. They really are pricey. It's pricey? These are pricey? Okay. Good bonus. Alright, where's our other guy at? Man counter as secondary task. Okay, here's a bonus. Give bonus. They get better at it. I do like that they give you like a way to make them better at what they do. Dude, are they buying these cards? It feels like unless these are like actually rendered in, they don't buy any of them. I'm going insane. No, no, they're buying from it. Okay, I think they do buy from it. It's kinda hard to tell. Yeah. There we go. Guess I should have waited for the other ones, huh? Okay, let's go ahead and buy the next one. And I'm gonna fill up the machine with it because I'm curious about something. I'm gonna buy one for me too. Damn, just to buy 2 boxes of that. That's insane. I'm gonna fill this up and see what it does. Does it give me new ones? Because I feel like the machine hasn't been giving me any new ones on purpose. Like... this one almost has like all of its hollows. Oops. Go to the base set again. Yeah, we're still missing that one. And like a bunch of these other cards, they must come from something else. They have to be like from something else. It doesn't make any sense. Wow, that's a badass Tyranitar. $600? How about... hey, you gotta be happy with $500, man. Nice. That was a sick-ass Tyranitar, I'll take it. I don't know, I don't see any new ones. Bizarre. We're gonna find out the truth, because this new card pack should be, like, full of new ones. So... hey, where did that box go? What the... just had a box full of the new cards and they're like gone. Like another box. Dude, wait. Did I accidentally press the key? It seems to be auto-restocking this. Listen, if you guys want a card from this, you're gonna have to, like, go all the way over here because this is destroying my frame rate. It looks like they're still buying the cards. Yeah. So I can probably put another one over here without any danger. It's just I can't go into like the view of it or I'll die. Basically. Oh my god, the frame rate. I am inside someone's head. Oh, my frame rate, yeah. We're just gonna have to keep it unrendered. Dude, I literally had a box of new cards that was just, like, I don't think I put them all into the machine. They're just gone now. Weird as hell. Come over here. Okay, yeah, okay. So these are being flagged as new. Okay. A few of these look like they're old ones, though. Yeah, some of these are old ones. No, I might have put old ones in there before I filled it up with the new ones. I don't know. Oh, okay. Nido King. Really shiny Nido King. Sparkly Nido King. Whoa, that Moltres. That Moltres looks really sick. I like that art. So let me check. Oh no, this is an old Moltres. Oh yeah, we're getting old cards from this. Base set 2, I think. Okay. Yeah, we are getting a bunch of old ones. I I might maybe just put this set into the machines because I don't think these are going to be too crazy anyway. Yeah, these aren't really that crazy. I might just move on to the next set. What's our guy at? Back machine, primary task. Yeah, go ahead and start doing... Yeah. Okay, so next set is... Let me make sure those cards are actually being sold. Looks like people are grabbing them. Okay, yeah, people are grabbing these. Oh, it's gonna crash my game. Honestly, I should probably only have one of those. You really don't need two of them. No new ones. Yeah, I'm probably just gonna fill the machines with like a bunch of these. And you know what? Maybe these as well. Oh. Turn this up a little bit. Oh my god, $80 of profit on this? Yeah, man. Too many boxes. I'm gonna start filling these up with these. We haven't really gotten to the saucy card packs yet, like the crazy hollows and rares and probably ghost type rarities as well. Legendary ones. much stock do we need? Yeah, those green boxes. Wow, we need like everything. Might as well get 2 of these as well. Okay, Team Rocket booster packs. Gym Heroes booster packs. Kind of curious what these are. But first, I gotta use the bathroom. I'm probably gonna open the day. I'll take a quick bathroom break. Okay, so where are those red rocket cards at? Oh, they're there. We're gonna start opening these up a bit. First, I'm gonna use the bathroom. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. So I want to get into the more rare card packs, like more rarities. But let's see what these are. Red rocket packs. Oh, the arts. Okay, the arts for these are very specific. Wow. It's like this very cool looking art style, like picturesque. Wow. Oh, dark dragonite. Okay, these are really cool. I like all the arts. Dark Doug Trio. This is really, really cool. Dude, why is there people standing right in front of me? Whoa. Dark Blastoise looks badass. Oh. Oh, it's because I haven't opened the shop yet. Oh. That's embarrassing. Go and open that up. I think you just ran out of music. Yeah. Let me put something else up. Hold on. Oh, hey, Skyhope. How's it going? You doing okay? YouTube. That's good to hear. Check out these card arts from the Red Rocket Team Rocket trading card. They have like different arts. Look at that. That Snorlax art. These have like a very specific art style. Oh, what the? Oh, that's fucking cool. Okay, that's a cool Charizard. And a Golduck that shoots a red laser. Wow. You haven't had any trouble with your like living situation? Has that been going all right? Oh, TCG Card Shop Simulator. This is modded, obviously, but yeah, the vanilla without any mods is still pretty good. Yeah, I like the art style of this set. It's really cool. Markers. Hold on, let me see. Had some issues. Oh, what kind of problems? What kind of issues? Let me go ahead and load these up. Any new ones? No new ones, damn. Bro, you gotta get better at stocking. Come faster. Faster. Harder. Stronger. Faster, harder, stronger. Here you guys, bonuses. I'm gonna load these up with more of these. I'm loading them up with these actually. I need the front office made it really hard on us to get our keys for the mailbox, and we couldn't get a hold of her at all. That's odd. Sounds strange. Keep opening these up. Whoa. Yeah, Team Rocket looks pretty bad. Damn. I like the art style of the set, it's really cool. Oh, what the fuck is... Wait, is that an imposter? Wait, what? Wait, what's that? Professor Oak? Except he's evil? So these are Pokemon that were caught by Team Rocket, I guess. And have become evil. Yeah, check this out. This is one of the card sets that oh yeah, these are completed. We have all the hollows. We finally got the last one. It was this, a Scyther. We're still missing some over here, though. This Zapdos looks so fucking cool. Look at that Zapdos. Where's our bird placer at? Keep card quantity. Let's set this up to 5. Yeah, since we have the card thing. Yeah, should be fine. Dude, I like these arts. These are really cool. Let me check out the base set, dude. First edition Team Rocket. Oh my god. We barely have any of them? Question mark. Wait, what's going on? Huh? Team Rocket. Here we go. Wow, we haven't even scratched the surface of Team Rocket. Dude, the Charmander. Fake Mr. Oak. This is energy. So interesting. No new cards. Nothing new in there. I should have gotten a bunch of those packs to put in here, yeah. I'm looking for the... Oh, did you grab them? That's fine. Oh, Dark Arbok. Okay. Yeah, we don't have any of the hollows yet. Or barely any at all. What is the Dark Charizard hollow? There's like flames in the background. Oh, it's Team Rocket. If you play a Team Rocket card, you immediately get blasted off to space and you lose the game. Oh, Dark Matchup. As a hollow, okay. Dark Persian, Dark Flareon, oh my god. We probably have to start the next day. What do you want, man? It's a Chansey. You're still checking people out? Bro, come on, no way. Come on, guys. For some reason, when you look at the name tags from a certain angle, they turn like purple shelves. Let me report that. I think it's furniture and decor tracks. This is weird because this is like an updated enhanced prefab loader. Oh, wait, no, I already have that. I have all the requirements. So I don't know why we're getting missing textures on some of these. Okay. Alright, you can go home. You don't have to stay here, man. I think it, like, bugged out. Now they're leaving. Let's go ahead and pay bills. Damn, that was expensive. What kind of walls we got? Dude, why are some of these walls so expensive? What the shit, man? Wall 56, wall 52. That's bizarre. Give me that wall. I like that one. How do I set it? Yeah. How do I... Hello? Do I have to decorate? Oh, I see. Oh. It covers up the entire wall. Huh. I see. I don't know how to feel about that. Still kind of like it though. I don't know. The fact that it covers up the entire wall though. Let me go ahead and open this up. Doesn't really look as good as I thought it would. Or what if I change the flooring to something nicer? Or like punish. Let's try like this. Ceiling. Oh. It's a nice ceiling right there. So let's try. Well, I literally just bought that floor. Oh. Or not. That did not turn out that great. Yeah, maybe we'll keep the walls. That just looks better. Yeah, I'll just keep it the same, I guess. The other ones are asleep. Well, we can make this one brown. I think that'll be fine. Dude, I feel like these really don't... They never give new ones, though. I mean, these are packs that I've already done, though, so... Let me check. They said 2. Oh my god, we already have like all of the hollows. We're missing a few of them though, but I think those are just normal ones. Okay, I guess I'll just start doing... Yeah, I'll start loading up the machines with these, I think, and start continuing onwards. I will open up the rest of these though real quick. Dark Slowbro. There has to be like a hollow Dark Charizard in there somewhere. Oh, you tease me. So many non-hollow Dark Charizards. Any troll. Dark Alakazam, okay. How are these doing? Dude, I feel like these are struggling to sell. Actually, I think it's like automatically putting some up there, it looks like. Without me pressing the button. Which is odd. Something's going on here. Oh. I mean, I see customers grabbing stuff. was about to say, I had a lot more than those. What the hell? Are you putting cards in there that... Armory task is now... Yeah, I think you're putting cards in there that I don't really want you to put in there anymore. And... Ooh, okay. Yeah, Hollow Dark Blastoise is definitely going to be a Hollow Dark Charizard. Like, 100%. Okay. Okay. Let me just buy a bunch of stuff. To stock up. $5,000, jeez. Get to stocking, man. Wait, you can put them on the top? What the? I didn't even know that. It'll be like extra, I guess. Okay. There we go. Dude, I don't think these cards are really selling. I don't know, I can see people grabbing them though. Maybe it's the value. I don't know, I do see people grabbing them. God, this is why we need a storage room so badly. Go, recruit. Checkout speed very fast. Yeah, we probably need more stalkers. $400 a day. Holy shit. Go restock. Like right now, dude. Oh. Holy man. We can't get those storage shelves in, can we? Hardest shelf. Shop level 30. Cards. Let's probably start filling these up with Team Rocket pretty soon. Where's our other guy at? He's not coming until tomorrow. Start putting these into the machines, and you know what? Start putting them on the thing as well. Wait, why are those there? Oh no, they're supposed to be there. The green ones are not supposed to be there. How did this happen? I think I know how it happened, actually. Alright, I think it was already set to that. Bro, how are you? Are you still checking out? Go home. Go home. Go home. He disappeared into the wall from, I think. I don't know what you want. What do you got, man? Nothing? Fantastic. Minus 20,000 profit for the upgrade costs. Oh, uh-oh. Okay, this is definitely listing new cards, like without my permission. My problem is I think sales decrease because I think customers don't... I don't know. So... why is it putting out new cards every day? It shouldn't be doing that, but it is. which is odd. Start spitting Team Rocket into here. Okay, let's go ahead and buy the newer ones, which is the Gym Heroes booster pack. And then I guess there's a Gym Challenge booster pack. So let's see what these are all about. Start opening these up, see what this is. Base set. Team Rocket. Oh. All new. So it's basically, I guess, gym trainers Pokemon. And the trainers themselves. Are there any hollows in this? There doesn't seem to be any hollows in these. Unless they're like super rare. Lieutenant Surge's Pikachu. I'm not really too crazy over these, honestly. Cookie stock. Let me go and buy some to start stocking them. Or I could optionally skip these, which I might. Wait, shop level 31 for these? Oh no. I can't even get the oh. I have to wait for our shop to level up. Yeah. Oh well, let's get some of these to start stocking them up. And these, I'm assuming, are pretty similar to those, probably. So, like, until I get the license for that. Holy shit, man! Why is there such a long line? You guys should be faster at this. Wait. Oh. Wait a minute. No, I hired like some. Where the hell is this guy at? Is that you? Why are you standing all the way over here, man? Go man the counter. I never knew that was the guy that just hired. He's just standing so awkwardly far away from the shop. There should be 2 people stocking. Yeah. Alright, so most of these are Team Rocket. I don't see any new ones though. Looks like we did get a few new ones though, not Charizard yet. Oh shit, well, I didn't even do that. Well, I guess we're already doing it. Oh well. Go this way. Oh, what's this? I don't know what this is. Oh, it's just extra. We should have more. Here, let me put these out. Oh, I haven't set the prices for some of these yet. Whoops. Oh, I don't know. Round it out. Round it out. I'm like on my feet trying to like set the price. Dude, you gotta get out of the way. My god. We really need like a storage. Like badly. Alright, I need those. these have to go right here. Bro, I'm not trying to talk to you, bro. Get the fuck out of the way, man. I don't think it's going to take us too long to get up to the level 30s. Hopefully. I don't know, I might get a mod to multiply it for a little bit. So I can get the newer cards, maybe. Because we're still like level 27. Or I could just start like mass expanding the shop. More workers. And then we'll be getting like XP at a higher rate. Are you guys like dropping partial boxes on like... What in the hell? What the fuck are you guys doing? Why are you doing this? Are you guys insane? They're like, okay, we don't have a storage, so I mean... Not really too surprising, but like, still, like, come on, guys. Unhinged behavior. I start marking this up to about 30. Yeah, 30 is probably fine. All right. Next day. Such money drainers, man. Just two of these. They have to get a storage so that they stop, like, just dropping... Why are they dropping boxes, empty boxes on the ground? What the hell's wrong with you guys? You're unhinged. Turn this down a bit. Oh, let me open this up. There you go. Got a box in the way. Okay. Pokey stock. We buy these now. Oh my god, these are expensive. Holy shit, man. These are expensive. I'm not really feeling this playlist too much. I might change it soon. Oh, I got a few new ones. Actually, a lot of new ones. See, did we get that Charizard yet? Damn. A Dark Dragonite. Oh. That's pretty sick. I haven't found the Charizard yet, though. It's a really cool looking energy. Let's see, do we have any more of the other ones? Shop level 31. Need some more of these. Oh, my game is lagging for some reason. Not really sure why. It's not that crazy yet, I think. My shop isn't even this big and it seems to be struggling quite a lot for some reason. Hey, Quantum Vagabond, welcome back. If I like expand my shop and like my game starts crashing, that might be pretty bad. I haven't restarted in a while. 96%. It's taking up so much CPU. Okay, they like drop. Oh man, that's why I'm gonna do storage. Yeah, I'm been level 27 for a while. I'm thinking about doing XP multiplier for a bit. At least get ourselves start leveling up a lot faster. Hold on, do we have any set these? I had to put these over here because these just tank my FPS. Like, it's bad. So honestly, we probably don't need... Honestly, hold on. We don't need like 2 sets. Honestly. Let's box this up. Sell it. Just one alone already tanks my FPS. Yeah, I think I'm gonna get an XP multiplier mod to speed up leveling up so we can get to the other Pokemon card packs. Make battle with a new Pokemon overall. Doesn't work for expansions. Oh shit. Really? I might just maybe off stream, maybe I'll just like leave the game open while it levels up. That's what I'm thinking about doing. Only problem is it's really hot during the day. I don't really want to keep this. Yeah, it's not really gonna work out too well. Let me think. Can I like maybe set my level? I can get access to the other card packs. Maybe. Maybe not. I think I'm gonna change this this music. I'm not really feeling it too much. I'm not really feeling this music too much. It's a miss. Playlist. Hey, we finally got the Dark Charizard. Wow, 1900 value. Follow Dark Charizard. Check that out. It's crazy. Trying to think, how are we gonna do if this isn't gonna work? How am I gonna multiply XP? XP. Either that, or I might just maybe save it. Like, I don't know, off stream or something, so I can access the other things without having to spend days trying to level up. I mean, it's not like it's going by that slowly, but it is gonna take a few days to get to 31. So it's like, oh yeah, I gotta set these. I'm gonna do that. Speed multiplier. The card sets a multiplier. Damn. Multiplier doesn't work, so I may have some maybe mod edits or save edit my level maybe. I might. So do we have all the hollows for this? We do, I think. At least all the ones that matter. I don't know, not really much else to do for the next until level 31. I mean, tempted to just, like I said, maybe just do a save edit real quick. But, honestly, I don't want to do one card pack before I get out of here today, so I think I'm going to save edit. Hold on. To edit your shop level in TCG, you'll need to modify your save game located in your updated folder. Yeah, I think I'm just going to make it 31. So I do not really feel like having not really much to do, no card opening or anything like that until level 31. So I'm going to get to the, you know, the other, like, the better hollows, the more rare Pokemon cards that I think is in those packs, those later packs. App data below. OP Neon Games. Saved games release file. Shop level, okay, I see the shop level. I'll go ahead and save, and I'll edit it to be 31. And we'll do one more pack before I call it for today. See what all it has to offer to us. Quits. Play a little bit of music while I'm doing this real quick. Saved games release 1. Yeah, just saved it just now. Shop level. Updates available. Never. Shop level and the entire Well, so the AI was wrong, as usual. Okay, it was store level. Dude, UI or AI got it wrong. Every time it gets it wrong. It's actually shop level. Wait. The entire file? What do you mean? I just saw it. What the hell? Shut up. Okay, I'm level 27 right now, right? Store level gained. Okay, it's actually store level gained. Set it to 31. Set it that. Hopefully that won't break. I don't know if it'll break or not. Guess we'll find out. Should work all right though. Up level 27. Wait. Huh? It says 28. Okay, that's weird. Search 28. You go through like a bunch of numbers. So it's not very helpful. Holy shit, this file is like really long. I don't know, I tried changing it to 31. And that apparently just did not work. I'm actually just gonna play this in the background. there we go, 32. I accidentally set it to 32, not 31. Oh, it's not a big deal. Okay, it's now 32. This is not the music I thought. We are running out of music. I'm not gonna lie, guys. We're running out of playlists. Let me go back to this one. I just want to play piano music, which jazz piano. A little bit of jazz piano. Okay, we're now level 32, so I should be able to open up the next Pokemon stuff. Yes, I want to see what's inside them. First, like, I think, like, actual pack, that's not like the first ones. It should have, like, more rarities as well, I think. Not really sure. Come next day. Actually, no, I'm just open these. Just want to open some of these before I go. Oh my god. Is that Slowpoke okay? So these also seem to have their own unique art style, some of these. That's really cool. Give me a holo. I want to see one holo from this pack. Not even one holo for that whole pack, or whole hand. I noticed they've got like stars on the side. Oh, there we go. Typhlosion. Sick. That's our first holo right there. Ampharos, another holo. Pseudo-Udo. I wonder if holos are rare in this pack. Was Lugia on the... Oh, Lugia is like one of my favorite Pokemons. We get an Hallelujah? That'd be crazy. I love Lugia. Another app for us. Oh, interesting looking Electabuzz. Very unique art. Oh, Slowking. A very glittery Slowking. I'm gonna check the album real quick. Team Rocket, Pokemon promos. Let me see which one this is. So I didn't actually pay attention. So this is Neo Genesis, okay. Neo Genesis. Oh, I didn't even notice we got that Blossom. Dude, that Typhlosion. That's really sick. Ooh, a Togetic. Not a hollow, but a really nice looking Togetic. Miracle Berry. Let's go through these last cards, and then I'm probably gonna call it for the stream. Anyway, I was hoping I'd get more hollows, but I think it looks like the hollows get more rare when you go up the packs. It appears to be that way. Alright, we'll go ahead and end up for today. I think that'll be it for today. I'll pick up where we left off next time. Let me go and play this. Oh, no, not that one. So I didn't get to play this one yesterday. Thanks to the ads. Anyway, guys, that'll be it for today. I'll be back tomorrow, probably with a different game, because we're going to be rotating a different game and then TCG card shop and a different game and then TCG card shop. Just back and forth throughout the entire week. So yeah, I don't know what I'm gonna do tonight specifically. I kind of just that's why I don't do schedules. I don't know what I'm gonna stream the next night a lot of the time. Maybe Bobo Bay. We'll see. Yeah, I'm not really sure what I'm gonna do tonight yet. Could do more long drive, I guess, but or maybe a different game. We'll see. Oh, you know what? I might do Zero Saber. Maybe. As per usual, guys, thank you for English. Thank you for watching and chatting. Appreciate you guys. See you guys next time. Take care.